Good morning, Mr. Ohai. Thank you for joining. Um, we will start about 8:30. Just make sure everything is fine. You can hear me.
I'm doing it. Morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
There are you. Morning. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
Good. Good. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Sirs.
Morning, doctor.
Good morning, everyone.
What time is kickoff?
9 o'clock.
Okay, excellent.
Well, we'll actually start at 8:45 with the preliminary safety moment, welcome notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we good with sound? Do I sound okay? Have we tested Ayodele?
Yes, you sound perfect. Dr. Oni, can you speak so that we
Yes,
can?
good morning, everyone.
Yes, you sound good as well.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, everybody. I hope I'm audible as well.
Yes, you are, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And good morning, all. Mic tests. I hope I'm also audible.
Chief Sam, yeah, you are. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Morning.
Will I be allowed to share a screen when it's time to give my presentation? Is that
Yes.
possible?
Yes, you can. I've already told my team.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this year's legal seminar organized by Oando PLC. So this year's theme is building a sustainable ecosystem. The Oando PLC legal seminar is actually a brainchild of the legal department, which was vetted 10 years ago, where you have a rich mix of professionals gathered to discuss burning legal and commercial issues affecting the energy industry. So today we'll be having two sessions. The first session will address the impact of the current security and economic governance challenges on existing and potential investments in the oil and gas industry. On the other hand, session two will focus on the effect of climate change. And at this point, I'll be calling on my colleague, Nana, to take the conduct moment.
Morning again, everyone, and welcome to our seminar. I'll be taking a brief conduct moment on a very trending topic, although it's not one that we would wish was happening, but it's our current reality. So it's necessary for us to speak about it. And it's in line with, the theme of this seminar, and it's on the topic of flooding. We all know that Nigeria is currently experiencing the worst episodes of flooding and floods in the last decade. The last time that we experienced flooding like this was in 2012, and over 2 million people have been displaced, and over 700 people have been reported dead. I'd like to just say that may the souls of the departed rest in peace. So climate change, one of the effects of climate change is the flooding, but there are things that have made it worse, such as poor infrastructure, lack of proper planning that government has not put in place, lacks, implementation of laws governing the environment and other things. And rainfall too is a very big cause of flooding, particularly in Nigeria. So currently we have about 3/4 of the states of Nigeria affected in floods, with the loss of life, destruction of property, people have been displaced, people have lost their means of livelihood and other factors. The environment too is equally affected. The rivers have flooded their banks, dams have burst like the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. And we have gotten reports that Lekki, Aja, Ekpe, Badagry, VI, and environs, Oniru should watch out because the waters are expected to rise further. So without further ado, I'll go into safety tips, safety measures that we can put in place in order to curb this menace. Yes, it's a natural disaster and there's really not much we can do, but there are things we can do to just alleviate the effects. One, we should avoid road travel as much as possible. Road travel is a no-no for now. It's only if it's expedient that you have to travel. And by road travel, I'm referring to interstate travel. So traveling from one state to the other. Like I earlier reported, almost 3/4 of the states in Nigeria are submerged in water and floods. So traveling by road right now is a no-no. If you must travel by road, then you have to familiarize yourself with alternative routes, because Kogi State has been badly affected, and it's at the confluence, it's in the middle of the country, and it connects to the east, to the west, to the north and the south. So you have to find alternative routes to be able to get to wherever you're going to, if it's to the east or to the west or to the north. That's one. Then if you're going to be traveling interstate, you should make sure that you're familiar with the new routes that you'll be taking, since you'll not be taking the normal routes that you are familiar with. You have to familiarize yourself with the new routes. In addition to familiarizing yourself with the new routes, make sure you set out earlier, your car is in good working condition, all the necessary things are in place. Fuel, you should make sure that you have fuel, enough fuel, because we're also experiencing a scarcity, whether artificial or man-made, we're experiencing a scarcity. So you should ensure that your vehicles are properly fueled. Then if we're doing intra-city travel, the same rules to the car apply. And then if, for example, rain is falling, you should make sure that you avoid speeding. make sure that you drive within the road as opposed to on the sides, because the drainages most times during flooding are covered with water, and you might not know. If you're not familiar with the road, you might end up falling into a ditch or something. So you try as much as possible to avoid driving by the sides, and then also try to be nice to innocent bystanders, people that are commuting and just trying to find their way. Please do not splash water on them. And then we should also make sure that we kit up appropriately for the rain by having our umbrellas, our raincoats, our boots. Those things are essential now. We should also get insurance cover. It's not out of place to get insurance so that you protect yourself from possible flooding of your homes, your loss of property and all that. So get insurance cover, and then be nice. You might not directly be affected, but you know people that are affected by this flood. So in any way that you can, if it's supporting through food, recharge cards, nothing is too small. Just help in any way you can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nana. Thank you. Thank you. For those of us just joining, my name is Ibzera, and I'll be anchoring the legal seminar today with my colleague, Nonso Uzu. So please, can we have Tommy? Tommy is our head of legal Oando PLC, and she'll be taking the welcome address and house rules. Over to you, Tommy.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our 2022 Oando Legal Seminar. We are truly, truly delighted that you have joined us today. My name is Tommy Akpene. I'm the head of legal at Oando. As Ibizi has already said, we started this seminar series about 10 years ago as an avenue for interaction of seasoned lawyers and non-lawyers to discuss topical issues in the legal, energy, tax, and finance industries. And the aim of this is just to bring thought leaders together to discuss topical issues, and also for knowledge acquisition and professional growth for the attendees. This year, our theme is building a sustainable energy ecosystem. We will start with a brief keynote speech by Dr. Adeoye Adefulu, who is a friend of the house. He's been with us from the very start of this series, and he's always been very helpful and involved. So he would start with a keynote speech. He's the managing partner of Odujiri Adefulu, and also the current chairman NDSBL. After that, we'll have two sessions where we have two different presentations. The first session is titled Driving Investments in the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry, Current Challenges. And I'm sure you agree that we do have challenges there, and recommendations. And the speaker is Dr. Ayodele Oni. He's a partner at Bloomfield LP. The second session is titled The Climate Change Act, Goodbye to Greenhouse Gas Emissions, and that will be presented by Professor Olanrewaju Fagbon. He's a professor of environmental law and the former Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University. Each session will be followed by 30-minute or 35-minute panel discussion and a Q&A session after that. And the panelists will be introduced by Ibizi before each panel session. Okay, so a few housekeeping rules to note. Please note that we are recording this session. With regard to your questions, you'll see that there is a Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Please put your questions in there as we go along. Please try and avoid putting questions in the chat box, because that can just get lost in all the conversation going in there. So please put your questions in the Q&A panel, and we would ensure that the panelists or speakers, as applicable, will answer during the Q&A session. So please sit back, relax, and you are in for a very good session. And thank you for joining. We hope you find this, interesting. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ibizi.
Thank you so much, Tommy, for the warm welcome. So the keynote address will be delivered by Dr. Adeoye Adefulu, and he will be talking about building a sustainable energy ecosystem. Dr. Adeoye Adefulu is the current chairman of the MBA section on business law. He's the managing partner and head of Udujere and Adefulu's energy practice and real estate and mining teams. He's also an active member of the corporate capital markets and finance team. He's the co-chairman of the ad hoc committee of the future of legal practice of the Nigerian Bar Association. He has a broad range of experience on oil, gas, and power matters, and is widely regarded as one of Nigeria's leading energy lawyers. I mean, we can give him a round of applause. He's also well placed to represent international and local clients on the full gamut of financing arrangements, acquisitions, and structuring for oil and gas projects. He holds a first degree in law from the University of Lagos and a master's and doctorate from the University of Dundee, where he studied at the Center for Energy, Petroleum and Mineral Law and Policy. What a great profile. Well done, Dr. Adeoye. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the very generous introduction. It's very, very kind of you. It is a special privilege for me to be asked to give the keynote address at the Oando Legal Seminar. Let me just do a sound check and just make sure that you can hear me clearly. So
yes, we can hear you.
Excellent.
Yes, we can.
Okay, so as I said, it's a special privilege to be asked to give the keynote address at the Oando Legal Seminar. Trawling through my email records, I can see that I have been involved in this seminar in one form or the other, certainly since 2013. And I have to commend the Oando legal team, and indeed the Oando group, for their consistency in organizing this program and for enriching the discourse on energy law, policy, and regulation. Today, I have been asked to speak on the theme, building a sustainable energy ecosystem. It's a keynote speech. My slides are really just to give you some visual, something to look at whilst I am presenting. So give me a second. It seems moving from one slide to the other is a bit of a challenge at the moment. Excellent. So I've been asked to speak on the theme, building a sustainable energy ecosystem. And, as a lawyer, as an oil and gas lawyer who's worked in this field for quite a bit, the first question I ask is, what is sustainable energy? And indeed, what, even to go back to what is sustainable energy, you have to ask what the concept of sustainability is. And as someone who has operated in this space and, having, as my the person who introduced me, the lady that introduced me mentioned, while studying for my postgraduate degree, the concept of sustainability and sustainable development was something that we were always talking about and taught about in class. And the challenge for me coming from Africa, coming from Nigeria, was why is this concept, why is it even relevant to us, given our little contribution to climate change? That was the question at the time. And the concept of sustainability simply has been defined as meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And when looking at the concept of sustainable energy, lots of people have defined it using the principle or the concept of sustainability, and simply as energy that meets the needs of the present without compromising or threatening the needs of the future. But some have adopted a more direct definition and defining sustainable energy as energy that creates zero carbon emissions that can harm the atmosphere and contribute to global warming. The latter definition, and perhaps even the former, eliminate the most important sources of energy for countries like Nigeria. Nigeria's power generation mix is dominated by fossil fuels. 83% of our power generation comes from gas and oil, with the balance largely from hydro and other renewable sources. In spite of this, 92 million Nigerians do not have access to electricity. And for those of us who have access, we all know that we have intermittent access to electricity to the grid, supported by lots of backup. With such a dominant reliance on fossil fuels and a vast unmet demand, how does Nigeria achieve sustainable energy in the very narrow sense as described in the definitions above, eliminating carbon emissions? Energy poverty in Nigeria is real, and it is one of the largest constraints of development. Lack of access to electricity impacts virtually every area of our existence: education, industry, commerce, healthcare, to name a few. We all generate our own power. In my own home, I'm connected to the grid. I have a backup diesel generator. I have a backup inverter. I've recently connected a solar, backup solar system. And this is reflective of many homes. And indeed, a number of middle-class homes have gone back to the I better pass my neighbor generator seen in this picture, when the cost of diesel rose earlier this year. So should we be talking about the rat and the poisoned chalice at this point? But the effects of climate change in Nigeria, the effects of climate change, they are real. As eloquently discussed by Nana, we're suffering from flooding. It's not just in the South, even though primarily it has been in the South over a number of years. It's not just in the South, it's across the country. And we have significant desertification in the North. And these things have a consequential, devastating impact on human lives, on property, on the economy, and it has caused rapid urbanization and insecurity. Despite our minimal contribution to fossil fuel emissions, we cannot afford to ignore energy transition. SDG 7 and Nigeria's energy transition plan. A less narrow view of sustainable energy can be found within SDG 7, which seeks to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. This twin approach to energy access and energy transition is also adopted by Nigeria's recently launched energy transition plan. The plan seeks to ensure universal energy access in Nigeria by 2030 and net zero emissions target by 2060. Some will call this a big, hairy, audacious goal. The plan promotes gas as a transition fuel to serve as baseload source for the electricity grid, and a gradual increase in renewable energy sources in Nigeria's energy mix. Nigeria's energy transition plan is mature. It's a data-backed approach to a serious problem. Gone are the days when the issue of sustainable development and sustainable energy was treated by Nigerian government officials and graduate students like myself with derision and a dismissive wave of hand. Implementing the energy transition plan also has other potential corollary benefits, including improvements to human and economic health, technology transfer, and the creation of jobs. The Nigerian government cannot fund this 410 billion plan by itself. It must work with the private sector and development organizations. That means that the government must create an enabling environment for investment. I cannot stress this enough. even though we talk about this all the time. We cannot, in looking for investment, be talking about foreign exchange issues and the ability to freely repatriate capital. It must update domestic energy policy, legislation, and regulations to accommodate the new objectives and adopt a joined-up approach to governance. The Ministry of Power, the Ministry of Petroleum, the regulators for power, the regulators for natural gas, and the midstream and downstream regulator, they must work hand in hand to achieve this objective. On our part, the private sector must rise to the challenge of a new paradigm. And we must, having worked, most of us, in the oil and gas space for several years, we must retool for a new world. As we deliberate on this theme today, I trust that our discussions will illuminate areas for government and the private sector to work together and strengthen. For our sakes and for those of future generations, I wish us all a fruitful discussion. And I want to thank you, Oando, for inviting me, and to thank you, the audience, for listening. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor, for you have adequately set the tone for what we are about to listen to now. Thank you very much, for that very interesting keynote address. I think we'll just go right straight into it. At this point, we'll go into the first session, driving investment in the Nigerian oil and gas industry. Current challenges and recommendations. To guide us into this is Dr. Ayodele Oni. He will be taking he's the speaker for this session. Dr. Ayodele Oni is a partner with Bloomfield LP. He also chairs the Energy and Natural Resources Practice Group of the firm. He's been recognized as being in a league of his own by the internationally renowned directory Who is Who Legal. And of course, he's also been ranked among the world's leading lawyers by Chambers and Partners and even the Legal 500. These are no mean feats. Ayodele has also, he's got an extensive track record, in negotiating complex and industry-defining oil and gas projects and finance deals. He's been actively involved in several oil and gas transactions, including the Shell divestments, Chevron's divestment of interest in a number of marginal fields, oil mining leases, and several oil and gas acquisition and divestment transactions. Additionally, Dr. has also authored several key practical and transactional texts on energy and law practice, ranging from oil and gas to power, electricity in Nigeria, including several other articles in leading publications and journals. He's also been doing this, this is not his first time he's sort of speaking at engagement on forums such as this, because he's also facilitated a number of training and conferences on diverse subjects relating to oil and gas, both locally and internationally. He's an adjunct lecturer at the Center for Petroleum, Energy Economics and Law, University of Ibadan, where he teaches energy policy. And he's also a visiting lecturer at Afebebolala University and Hamad bin Talia University, Qatar. He's an avid fan of football and a Manchester United fan. Please, let's make welcome Dr. Ayodele Oni. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for having me and the very kind words. I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to be sharing the same platform with my former teacher who taught me environmental law, Professor Fabung, and former Vice Chancellor of the Lagos State University. I'm also glad to be on the same platform as my boss, like Dr. Adefulu, and the learned Silk too. It's a rare opportunity, and I'm indeed very grateful for that. We'll be looking at driving investments in the energy sector, oil and gas in particular, the oil and gas industry. And what we would be looking at the current challenges and recommendations. And the way I've thought about this is that for you to drive investments, you must know what investors want. I mean, I do a lot of, I have my thoughts around energy, and I'm a netizen. So I will typically tweet my ideas around energy, net zero, transition. Should we take out subsidy or should we leave it? So you can follow me on Twitter too. So we'll go straight to the next slide. Okay, this is the outline. First, how would we encourage investments? What's the role of the petroleum regime? What's the current state of play? We'll look at the current challenges specifically facing players in that industry, relevance and impact of the PIA in securing investment and curing the current challenges, implications of low production of crude oil to industry players. We'll look at the impact of oil theft as economic sabotage on the nation's revenue and the gross domestic product. We'd also look at the policies or steps government is taking to combat these challenges. We'll try to secure the bag, our investments and our income too. And that's why we have securing the bag. And then we'll look at, this is the electoral season, and we need to look at what policies we may be getting depending on who gets there. I would not disclose if I'm a fan of the Agbado clan or I'm obedient or would be a fan of the Mikano clan, as they call the leading candidates in social media. Now, to encourage investments, you need to know what investors want. And this took me back to my postgraduate studies, where I had J.J. Park, a world-renowned energy lawyer, teach me international petroleum transactions. And he did mention two broad areas: investors' concerns, what do they really want? And then you want states' interest and concerns. And the key thing here is you need to forge a delicate balance between what investors want and what the state's interest and concerns are. Investors generally want to be sure. I mean, the first thing is geology. Does that country indeed have oil and gas, hydrocarbons? Have other people found hydrocarbons there? Is it easy to produce? Those are questions, because if there's no oil and gas, if there's no hydrocarbon, then there's no investment to start with. Or if the likelihood isn't reasonable, then there's no investment. Then they look at the fiscal terms. How soon can I get my money back? What are the taxes I pay? Am I working for the country and not getting anything back? What are the bonuses? What are the other fees, royalties? These are the issues that are important to investors. Then they look at the contractual and legal factors. And we will dwell a bit more on contractual and legal factors later. I believe that will be in the next slide. Now, what are the state's interests? Revenue, and I did see a sticker once that don't steal, government hates competition. And in many developing countries that are hydrocarbons rich, you'd hear a lot of accusations and counter accusations about government stealing revenue, but it's the state interest to generate revenue from its hydrocarbons. You are also concerned about environmental factors, issues like net zero, energy transition have taken the front burner. You also want to have assurances that they will be there for the long term. Now, this slide and a number of slides are largely attributable to J.J. Park, who I said did teach me international petroleum transactions in graduate school. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, the components of the legal regime affecting petroleum investments. There are petroleum-specific components. The constitution, for example, Nigeria's constitution determines who manages oil and gas on behalf of the populace, and it's the federal government in this case. You have the petroleum law in Nigeria, is the PIA, Petroleum Industry Act. You've got the petroleum regulations, which go into the specifics, and you have host government contracts, your production sharing contracts, your JVs, your service contracts, and everything in between. You've got the non-petroleum specific components, surface access, markets and exports. Can you export? What are your rights around exportation? Now the world is moving to ESG, environment, safety, and governance. Now it should be environment, safety, and governance from CSR. And there's more around environment, safety, and governance. Then for non-petroleum law issues, you've got land ownership, you've got the Land Use Act, you've also got provisions under the Petroleum Industry Act around that. You've got markets and export, the CAMA, Companies and Allied Matters Act. You've got issues around customs. You've got boundary disputes, who owns oil wells, how revenue is shared, labor laws, local preference for purchasing items, that's local content. You've got issues around foreign direct investment, foreign investments generally. You've got repatriation of funds, exchange control. These are issues that fall within the legal regime affecting petroleum investments. Next slide. Now, I did mention the legal regime and what investors look out for in every legal regime. And I did get this from Frank Alexander. That's another leading oil and gas lawyer, particularly in North America. The first thing is the right to monetize. And the question is, have we made success of this? Very recently, it's been a problem. And that goes to crude oil theft. If you can produce, but between where production takes place and the terminal, you have 20 to 80%, depending on who you're speaking to, of that stolen or lost. It then means they cannot monetize the crude they produce, the hydrocarbons generally. What are the risks? These are the questions investors ask. This is what they are interested in, because we need to understand this to be able to know how to then attract them. Issues around stability. Do you have stability of laws? For a long time, you notice that year on year, investment in the oil and gas industry continued to drop, particularly in Nigeria, because there was a lot of talk around the Petroleum Industry Act and the fact that the Petroleum Act was going to be replaced. But there were several iterations of that law. So investors were not sure of what the legal regime will be. You'd hear people say that investors would rather stable but bad laws, then they know how they can structure their transactions around the law, than instability. They would rather have bad laws but that is stable than have no laws or instability or uncertainty around the legal regime. Also, enforceability of international arbitration. Nigeria is a signatory to the New York Convention. You can enforce international arbitral awards in Nigeria. You can go into international arbitration. The NIPC too does give you some leeway. And Nigeria is also a signatory to a number of bilateral investment treaties. One of the most important ones is the one with Netherlands, and we also have signed a number of multilateral investment treaties. You see your umbrella clauses. You see a number of clauses that allow you, or most favored nations clause 2, that allow you to go to international arbitration at times, regardless of what your municipal contracts or laws say. Next slide. And these 3 issues are particularly important to investors when they look at the legal regime. They want to be sure the stability, they want to be sure that they can enforce, they want to be sure that they can monetize. Now, there is the law and there is what then happens in practice. They want to be sure, for example, when crude is stolen, or the law makes it difficult for crude oil to be stolen, and when it is then stolen, the punishment is far-reaching. What are the opportunities to play? Oil and gas, in my own view, and I was reading a report by the EIA out of Paris, and they did say that for us to have net zero and energy transition, I think it was a 2021 roadmap to net zero by 2050. By 2021, there shouldn't be any new investments in oil and gas, and that by 2030, no vehicles using hydrocarbons or that have combustion engines should be sold. But I think some of these targets are already being missed. So I'm of the view, and I'm slightly pro-Trump when it comes to energy policy, I'm of the view that we will have oil and gas with us much longer than the target date of 2050, 2070. But, let's prepare regardless of such beliefs, although data and statistics tend to show that they may last longer. And the war between the Russian-Ukraine war is also a reason why I think that some of these targets will be missed. And there is an opportunity for Africa and Nigeria in particular to negotiate its energy future with the West because of the desperation around finding alternatives to Russia. Now, what are the opportunities to play in the oil and gas industry in Nigeria? You got productive activities, you can produce, you can process, particularly when you speak to gas. There's the opportunity around more exportation, distribution and supplies. You can operate infrastructure. With the network code, for example, you have currently the NGIC, which used to be known as the NGC, the Nigerian Gas Company, now the NNPC Gas Infrastructure Company, is in charge of transportation. And nothing in the network code seems to suggest that other people will be licensed with time to be transporters or operators of the pipeline system. So these opportunities also exist. You can have virtual pipelines. There's a lot around CNG play now for power generation. And you hear a lot about LPG, a lot of people moving from coal, firewood, and kerosene to using liquefied petroleum gas, butane and propane for cooking. And there's also for storage too. What is current state of play in the Nigerian oil and gas industry? Things are, to be honest, in the last few years, things haven't really looked up, particularly when you consider COVID. You had inflows drop from 68.6 million in Q1 of 2021 to 2.5 million by the third quarter of the year, the fourth quarter of that year. So that's a 97% drop. The oil and gas industry accounted for 0.1% of the total foreign capital inflows into the Nigerian economy in the first half of 2022, compared with more than double that in the first half of 2021. And the second half of 2021 was 0.8. I said more than double that, multiples of that in hundreds, so that's dropped sharply. In Q1 2020, 1 million foreign capital was imported. By Q2 2022, it then increased to 2 million foreign capital imported. In comparison, in the first and second quarters of 2021, $57 and $11 million respectively on foreign capital were imported into the sector. You see that significant drop. Whilst in the third and fourth quarters of 2022, foreign capital imported into the petroleum industry stood at $1 million and $32 million respectively. So very low funding from major IOCs as they're starting to show a preference for renewable and more sustainable source of energy or sources of energy with preference for green energies. This is interesting. And you may be aware of an acquisition that took place recently where one of the exploration and production companies did take over Daystar, which is a renewable energy company. It produces power using renewable sources. So there's that drive for cleaner energy. Some would say EV vehicles, but issues around cobalt, issues around lithium seem to suggest that batteries may not even be the green alternative to hydrocarbons. And I'm sure the guys at Tesla may be screaming at this. What are the current challenges facing the players in the Nigerian oil and gas industry? A number of them financing. It's getting increasingly difficult, of course, until very recently, to even raise financing for gas and gas infrastructure. In the last 2-3 years, it's been maybe last 5 years, it's been more difficult. And I say this from even transactional experience, some of which I can't specifically mention because of client lawyer confidentiality. But I know that there are major projects going on that have faced challenges. Even some are gas projects financing because more and more people are looking towards renewable energy. Commercial and the debates around whether the JVs are commercially viable, especially around NNPC's cash call, meeting its cash call obligations, financing, and all of those. Security has been a major challenge, particularly when you think around pipeline vandalism, issues around oil theft. The federal government had to get an individual government, Tompolo, as we know him, to also help in this respect. Non-state actors are now more involved than ever before. Operational spills have been a challenge. Host community issues, people would say that Shell did sell its assets around certain locations because of host community issues. Poor infrastructure. For a long time, the commercial arrangement around gas was very poor. Because of this commercial arrangement, no one was going to invest. In fact, at some point, government was forcing gas producers to sell gas to NEPA, which later became PATN, at lower than the cost of production. Just imagine that you produce something for 5 naira and government then tells you to sell it for 2 naira. Unless you run a charity, you'll soon be out of business. So no one invested in gas infrastructure for several decades until very recently. Even when people began to invest in gas, it was mostly for export projects. Unsuitable product pricing too was a challenge, and that's closely related to poor infrastructure and irregular gas supply. We have a lot of gas, yet very little because of these reasons, very little available. Until very recently, between the year 2020 was the year of gas in Nigeria, and 2021 to 2030 is supposed to be the decade of gas. What does a comprehensive effort against insecurity look like? There's need for cooperation between stakeholders. That's one. There's need to, depending on how you look at it, some would argue for, and I know one of the presidential candidates has said, we should legalize some of these illegal refineries and then tax them. I think that's a good idea, generally speaking, but it depends on what side of the table you sit. Some would say, oh, let's dismantle them. Removing and putting the use of component parts of, so it's still related to the same thing. And we need to do much more. And I think government is taking the right steps at this time to stop crude oil from being stolen. And part of what government has done is to involve non-state actors and to get the communities more involved, particularly with provisions around the trust arrangement you have with host communities. There's need to secure our roads and waterways used by crude oil thieves to transport stolen products. And there's a need to use technology, of course. So we need to detect, we need to deter, we need to respond and recover. So there's a need to do a lot. Government is doing a lot at the moment. There's a need to sustain what government is doing and to do much more. Like, you may be aware of NNPC's moves around using technology to detect when there's a damage to pipeline, when crude oil is also stolen. So I think those are steps in the right direction. The only debate may be that some of this is coming quite late in the day. Even the PIA, it was in the works for around 2 decades, and the world had moved on by the time we had the PIA. I mean, it does play a significant role around gas, particularly with respect to gas being the transition fuel. Next slide. Okay, so the relevance and the impacts of the PIA in securing investments and curing the current challenges. I've mentioned a number of them. And one thing that it does with respect to monetization is that it ensures the fiscal toolbox is more attractive. The taxes, the fiscal are more attractive, taxes lower, at least that's the debate. And you've got the opportunity. You've got the opportunity to move, as exploration and production companies have the opportunity to move from the Petroleum Act regime to the PIA fiscal regime. There are also opportunities, pioneer status, gas utilization, midstream. There are a number of opportunities and a number of things you would see in the PIA. If you also look at the host community trust fund, that's another thing that can encourage communities to help stop or reduce substantially oil theft or crude theft, generally speaking, and damage to hydrocarbons infrastructure. Next slide. Implications of low production of crude oil to industry players. First thing is low revenue. You might have heard in the press very recently that Nigeria has lost a lot of its crude buyers. And I don't think the reason is just energy transition. I think one critical point is the fact that imagine that you sell a product, an item. Each time buyers come and meet you, you tell them you do not have products available. It's a matter of time before those buyers look for alternatives. And that's the problem we've had in the sector. From June, July this year, around May, I think OPEC gave us a quota of around 1.7 million barrels per day. We could only do 1.1, and in September, it was increased, I think, to about 1.8. We could only still do 1.1. And very recently, it even reduced to $940,000 because before the forecast, 940,000 barrels per day, about 50% of our quota before the forecast became available. So if crude is stolen, if you don't have that available, then traders are going to look for other alternatives. So difficulty in recouping investments within the oil and gas industry, thereby making it difficult for new funds to be injected. There's a general lack of confidence by key stakeholders in the sector. There's a loss of prospective export market, like I did mention. Then there's a significant impact on the overall growth of the Nigerian economy because we rely largely on crude oil. And our balance of trade and payment have been at a deficit for a while because of that. I think there was a quarter where we had a positive. Other than that, in the last, say, 2 years, other than that, it's not been all positive. Next slide, please. Impact of oil theft as economic sabotage on the nation's revenue. So if you look at this slide, it's across the value chain. Our revenues go down, unemployment increases. I heard it's over 30, it's north of 30% unemployment, loss of future investments, which we already see. So and this is instructive because you find out that some of the IOCs who sell their assets in Nigeria, then move on to places like Guyana, then move on elsewhere, even in the Gulf of Guinea, So it then does mean that the reason why investments are reducing is not just because of energy transition or alternative energy, because like I did say, and data and statistics seem to suggest that oil and gas, particularly natural gas, will be with us for a while. Next slide. What policies or steps will you say the government is taking, or would I say the government is taking to combat these challenges? There's a joint task force, Army, Navy, Air Force, Police, involvement of non-state actors, like I mentioned, government, that's Tompolo, technology and software for surveillance, so that you can track all of what's happening to pipelines. The decade of gas, there's a gas penetration policy of the federal government. Government is encouraging more utilization, and right from the time of former Governor Obasanjo, the idea has been to develop a gas-centric economic growth in the country because of our comparative advantage with respect to volume of gas and gas pricing and the quality of our gas. So January 2021 to December 2030 has been regarded as a decade of gas. And the idea is to industrialize the country using gas as an enabler. And the idea is to invest $2 billion annually on infrastructural development. Also, we need to, regulations around the PIA, there are a number of draft, exposure drafts, particularly by the Ministry and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. We need to implement the PIA more, and we need to also copy what's been done elsewhere where they've been successful, particularly countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Next slide. Okay, so how do we secure the bag? And we would be rounding off now. We need to operationalize the PIA. We need to vigorously clamp down on crude oil theft, the thieves, and we need to show government, a lot of citizens do not trust the government. Government does need to build trust, where the laws will be applied equally, and when people are found culpable, it shouldn't be just a slap on the wrist. You should enforce maximum criminal penalties to the extent possible. And leakages should also be blocked. We should ensure human capital development continues. You know, it's infrastructure without human capital wouldn't take us far. And we need diplomatic cooperation across the Gulf of Guinea, the 8 countries or so forming the Gulf of Guinea. There's a need to work together. There's been a reduction around issues in the Gulf of Guinea when it comes to haulage of crude oil. Before now, you had a lot of challenges in the Gulf of Guinea, but things have looked up and have improved. I also think there's an opportunity for Nigeria to negotiate its energy future in connection to our gas in particular. Maybe sign long-term contracts with Europe, because the focus is on gas now because of the war in Russia, the Russia-Ukraine war. I believe that once this is over, we may go back and have renewables in the front burner. So this is the opportunity for Nigeria and Africa as a whole to negotiate its future. Next slide. Electoral season, and I think this is the penultimate slide. Now, the question is, what policies are the leading presidential candidates portraying? Decade of gas, I believe all of the presidential candidates will continue with this. In terms of the PIA, I think they would all continue to implement the PIA. In terms of subsidy, it looks like government will, every one of them, if I'm not mistaken, seems to want to take away subsidy, remove subsidy. And I think it's a good idea, but I'll give you my thoughts around removal of subsidy. I think it should be done fairly. I think fairness will be, maybe it would be taken, it wouldn't be taken out completely at once, and it would be benchmarked against 3 items in my view. When we do have electricity sufficiently, almost constantly, 2, our own local refining, 3, alternatives to transportation, so that you reduce the daily use of particularly PMS and diesel. If we can have all of these, then we can remove subsidy. And I think every presidential candidate wants to remove subsidy. On energy transition and climate change, the question is, should the West, looking at the story of the church rat, and I know I'm sure we all know whose story that is, should the West pay for climate change or energy transition plan? I think it depends on how you look at it. If you look at the EIA's roadmap to energy transition, the idea is that a minimum of $5 trillion must be spent annually from 2030 to achieve a 2050 net zero situation. And in that case, it means, and I do not think Africa or African countries can afford that. So it may actually not be a bad idea to see how you can negotiate a situation where the West does take some of that responsibility in supporting Africa. Next slide. Now, the Anna Karenina principle. There's a textbook, first sentence of Leo Tolstoy's novel, Anna Karenina, is that happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. And the theme of the novel is that in order for a marriage to be happy or to succeed, there are different issues: agreement about money, sexual attraction, child discipline, religion, in-laws, how you deal with those issues. Failure in any of these essential respects can doom a marriage. This principle is also applicable to oil and gas regimes. For an oil and gas regime to succeed, and those that succeed are all alike, they encourage investment, and they encourage investments in their own way. And those that fail discourage investments in their own way. A good oil and gas regulatory regime addresses certain major regulatory issues in a satisfactory way. Key amongst those are the right to monetize, which we've discussed, fiscal and contractual stability, enforcement of contracts, reducing discretion, ensuring that the regulations are strong and are enforced. You also want to be determine whether you are more prescriptive than results focused. So a regulatory regime that fails on any one of these points puts its investment favorability at risk. Thank you very much. I always like to talk about my book. So if you're interested, I mean, you can always reach out to me. Thank you very much. And I'm indeed grateful for this opportunity to speak to you. And thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for this well-loaded presentation. I mean, indeed, we can't, as you said, we need to align investors' consent with the state interest, obviously, find very innovative ways to navigate the multiple components of the legal regime, both petroleum and non-petroleum issues. Thank you very much for really loading us with this. I guess we'll just dive right straight into calling on the panelists to help us digest some of these very salient points you've made in your presentation. I mean, indeed, there are multiple opportunities for us in this industry, but as you also rightly said, the challenges that are bedeviling the sector has, are some of the reasons we've seen the drop in numbers in foreign investment as you've presented to us this morning. So without wasting much further time, I'd call on the panelists for this session. Myself and my co-anchor would briefly go through their profile. So I'll start with the moderator, Adedolapo Akinrele, SAN. He's a partner with FO Akinrele & Co. He'll be moderating this session for the next 30 minutes. Mr. Akinrele SAN, he had his education at some of the very prestigious universities, Clifford College, Bristol, University College London, University of East Anglia, Norfolk. He's a life member of Bentham Law Society, University College London. He's a member of the editorial board, Nigerian Maritime Law Journal. He's a senior advocate of Nigeria. He's a patron of the Oil and Gas Law Society, University of Lagos. He's an associate editor to the Global Oil and Gas Energy Law publications by Professor T.W. Ward. Mr. Dolapo SAN is also an academician, and in that regard, he's appointed as the consulting contributor to Professor Piero Bernardi Luis, University of Rome, the ENI Encyclopedia of Hydrocarbons, and retained by global and regional African oil majors. He is also a board member of the Oxford Journal of World Energy Law and Business, University of Oxford. He's also authored numerous articles, including a practice treatise titled Nigerian Oil and Gas Law, endorsed by the Jim Monet Chair for EU Economic and Energy Law and the Center for Energy and Mineral Law and Policy, University of Dundee. The second panelist, to also one of the panelists to discuss some of the challenges, particularly the host community issues, will be Chief Sam Chidi Onyewe, and I'll let my co-anchor briefly introduce him.
Thank you so much, Nonso. So Chief Sam is primarily concerned with providing good community and company interface, as well as developing and implementing policies and core strategic corporate objectives for managing the company's community relationship and CSR programs. He's a community relations manager at Oando PLC, and he brings a notion of community experience to discussions with over 20 years postgraduate working involvement in community affairs in the oil and gas industry. Due to the various community development efforts he has championed in various communities within and outside the Niger Delta, where he has worked as community relations and development manager, he's loved, recognized, and bestowed with various awards and chieftaincy titles. That's why we call him Chief Sam. So he has also delivered a number of lectures at different occasions. He's a member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, the NIPR. He's also a member of the International Association of Community Development, IAC, the UK, and the Community Development Society, USA, as well as the Chartered Institute of Public Relations, among others. He loves playing tennis, photography, and philanthropic activities. And the next panelist, very unique professional, her name is Tolu Awonifa. She's an investment banker and energy finance expert. With focus on energy, Tolu has extensive knowledge of financial advisory for oil and gas projects and companies with experience spanning corporate finance, capital raises, and mergers and acquisitions. A finance executive of over 12 years, Tolu has managed and executed transactions within Africa and across Europe. Tolu is a member of the CFA Institute and also a member of the Nigerian Institute of Stockbrokers. Welcome, Tolu. So the last panelist will be introduced by my colleague, Nonso. Over to you, Nonso.
Okay, thank you. The last, but certainly not the least, is Captain Okai Akibwe. He's the CEO of Beacon Hill Consulting, a security expert firm. Captain Okagwe is the lead consultant at the Beacon Hill Consulting, in a master licensed organization authorized to carry out security assessment in the maritime and oil and gas sectors in accordance with international ships and port and facility securities code. He's got over 25 years cross-border experience in intelligence and security operations across various domains. He's carried out investigations into threats to national security, pipeline vandalization, financial crimes, identity theft, impersonation, weapons smuggling, personal integrity, sensitive information breaches, oil and gas thefts. I mean, you see why he's very key to this session. He's got multidisciplinary research experience from the UK, covering terrorist recruitment, radicalization strategies, vulnerabilities of information system, organized crimes organizations. Captain holds a bachelor's degree in physics from the Nigerian Defense Academy, where he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. He holds an MSc with distinction in terrorism studies from University of East London, and also an MSc in information security and computer forensics from the university. He holds a postgraduate degree in computing in education from King's College London, and an MA in creative writing from Bath Spa University, UK. He is a US certified analyst on FVSA through verification software. Thank you very much, and let's welcome all the panelists. For the next 30-35 minutes, they will be helping us digest some of the valid points that Dr. had raised in his presentation. Thank you very much, and over to you, Mr. Akinrele, SAN.
Well, thank you, Nonso, and thank you, Eradiri. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Adefulu for a very good introduction, keynote address, and also Dr. Oni, particularly for his exposition of the challenges on the oil and gas market. I'm going to start this session or this panel discussion with a quote from Professor Thomas Wilding. He said that the oil and gas market is governed by externalities. Investment and trading tends to leapfrog from country to country. International oil and gas companies tend to compare investment opportunities worldwide with each other and pursue global strategies. Investment opportunities compare with each other, and fashions tend to possess the world's oil companies. Fashions tend to possess the world's oil companies. Now, a lot of these externalities are global events, war, global demand for oil, climate change initiatives, and more recently, the growth of gas. And this cuts across the upstream, midstream, and downstream. And Dr. Oni has very lucidly given flesh to a lot of issues which affect the externalities, as I've mentioned, and then the internal issues, such as stability of investment, protections, the minimal or managed economic and political risks, security. The operating environment in Nigeria, we know, is challenging. We have vandalism of pipeline infrastructure, we have crude oil theft, we have corruption. He also talked about transparency of regulation. The PIA 2021 has been some 20 years in the making. The institutions under the PIA are still getting their feet on the ground. implementation will be challenging. The stability will be challenging as well. Dr. Oni also mentioned the certainty of laws and adjudication. These are things that do not go unnoticed by investors, and they tend to influence the fashions that possess the oil companies. And finally, the issue of renewables and non-renewables. This is a debate which affects us all. Happily for now, there's a demand for fossil fuels, and this remains robust. We have the war in Ukraine, which has increased or ramped up the demand. We have global pricing at a very, very good level at the moment. But the issue of renewables and non-renewables is still a debate that will go on, and we're seeing the effects of climate change. The introduction to this seminar talked about the flooding and the problem, it's the chaos it's causing in Nigeria. This is an offshoot of climate change. Global temperatures are rising, and sea levels are rising as well. So I will move on to the panelists. We're first going to take some talking points from Chief Samuel Onyenwe, who is Community Relations Manager to Oando. Over the past decade or so, most oil companies continue to place increasing emphasis on building partnerships and integrating stakeholder concerns into project management cycles. International lenders now place greater emphasis on social impact planning and mitigation of potential adverse effects as conditions for project funding. My question is, what are the key questions in managing social issues in the oil and gas projects? Chief Sam.
Thank you so much for the question, and thanks so much for having me. I must first of all mention that we have so many doctors in the house, Dr. Adoye, Dr. Ayodele, and of course our own Dr. Kelly SAN. Probably this doctorate in making us probably to have a craft to also go and see if we can also obtain some of these doctorate degrees as well. So anyway, yes, to your question, I agree. Over the past decades now, yes, there's been increasing emphasis on building partnership with integrating stakeholders concerned over project management cycle. One of the reasons for this, obviously, is for you to have your freedom to operate. You know, you must have to get this thing done for you to have the freedom to operate. And of course, you know, if you don't have that freedom to operate, no matter what you have done, no matter the scale of planning, no matter the investment and all those things, if that freedom of to operate is not guaranteed and it's not obtainable, obviously you're almost going back to square one. Now, talking about the international lenders also having, I love the phrase, the words, that greater emphasis on social impact planning. The reason is this, you know, over the years, companies, especially oil and gas companies, have always, gone into the operational areas without doing the needful. You know, a couple of times they just go in down there, operate, not minding the environment, not minding the people, not minding the cultures and all those stuffs. And you end up having conflicts here and there. I mean, we have some of these issues and have apparently, leaving the shores of the country, because of their decades of issues they've had with, the communities where they operate. So greater emphasis now on building, working together with the communities is now very important. And again, that is why in most oil and gas companies, you'll find out that there are now established departments. Sometimes they call them the community relations department that does this interface to ensure that you have a mutual coexistence while you're working with the with the communities you host. So, but going to your question, the key questions, the major thing there I want to have underlined is the social issues. What are these social issues? What are the social issues? By definitions, they are just problems that affect many people within a society. A social issue is just a problem that affects many people within the society. And what are these problems as we may, as it were? Now you discover that when companies go to work in a particular geographical area, a society, a community, a lot of things comes alongside with it. You have issues, some of the questions that, some of the key questions that come up and you want to address that. How are the habitats protected? How is the biodiversity protected? How are you going to manage the air pollution? How are you going to manage the environment? How are you going to manage waste, water waste, and every other some of all these things? Sometimes their culture, their shrines, their totems, their symbols. When you impact on them, how do you manage them? Do you just go do these things and then leave it, at their own detriment? How do you manage sometimes the overpopulation that gets into a particular community by virtue of your presence in those areas? How do you manage medical issues that comes up because of the presence of various, nationals that comes to work within a particular environment? How do you manage social vices, school dropouts, etc., etc.? So these are some of those questions that comes out, that are some of these social concerns that makes, that investors now want to know how you plan, how you manage them, or how you're going to plan to manage them. And that brings us back to the issue of environmental impact assessment. So most companies now, because they know that some of these social, social issues will arise, they now, before every operation, go out to do their environmental impact assessment or social impact assessment. So during this impact assessment, they would be able to highlight all these problems that, yes, we are coming to work in this environment. These are some of the problems we are foreseeing, some of the social issues we are going to see, and these are the mitigating measures that will be put in place to manage them. So that, for example, if you know your business will impact on the population of a very small community where you're going to work, what are the mitigators you are going to put in place over years? These are things you must have to document. If you know that if you are going to work in those areas and you start production and you are going to flare your gas and all those things, what are the mitigations you're going to put in place to manage that gas flaring so that, as they always say, acid rain, this kind of rain and all these issues are properly put in check, noise pollution, etc., etc. All these things are things that your environmental impact assessment will now address, showing the mitigation so that you can now have this freedom to operate within the environment. So the good thing is that, yes, the social questions that will arise are some of all these things I've mentioned, but the good thing is that, yes, the government has also put in place, certain rules and regulations that these companies must abide to before they start, implementation of their businesses. And those and this EIA, like I've said, at the end of the day, once it is done, and by the way, remember when you're doing the EIA, you have all the stakeholders involved. You have the government, you have government represented by the appropriate arm, you have the communities represented, you have the company represented, you have other stakeholders, NGOs, every other person that have interest in that particular bit, they're all represented. And then there will be a broad review, discussion, and articulation of all these points, which will now become a document that will be referenced, in future. So that by the time you start your operation, people will go back to those documents and say, okay, these social problems, these social issues, how are we going to mitigate? Now, why are all these things happening? Because you discover that before now, most companies, most E&E companies don't really bother so much about it. So investors now want to know, this money I'm invested in this business, how is it going to help beyond the profit I'm going to get? Is it going to impoverish the people? Is it going to bring more disaster to the people? Is it going to harm the people? And so on and so forth. So when investors discover that, oh, some of all these things there has been mitigating factors, put in place, they will not be willing to put those investments into the purse for you to go about it. And at the end of the day, you have a freedom to operate. So that's what it is. And these are the problems and what I felt are some of those concerns why the international lenders want to know those social issues and how they are being managed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief, for that comprehensive response. I think it also really covers the second issue I was going to raise, which is the issue of the environment. And I think you've covered that in your analysis of the EIA. One of the critical issues we face with host communities is the damage to water sources, damage to fishing, damage to the environment, which really is a major problem, and remediation is constantly a challenging issue. I've been involved in several litigation on oil spills, and this is a constant theme running through the oil companies' relationship with the host communities. So I won't dwell on that. The next issue really is the PIA. The PIA has put in place a host community development trust fund, which is hopefully going to help direct funding towards the host communities. We all know that the NDDC and various organs before it have not been totally transparent or effective. What do you feel about this? Has this been implemented so far? How are the oil companies of which you represent reacting to this? Chief, can you hear me? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I was asking you about the reaction to the new provision.
Thanks so much for that question. Thank you so much for that question. Well, okay, thanks so much. There's been a lot of reaction. In the first place, it's good that the PIA has come to fruition after so many years. It has been, under consideration in the House. But good enough, they brought it out, even though the communities are still feeling that they've not gotten enough. Remember during the discussions, there has been 10%, 23% that is eventually passed into law. So generally from the reaction, let me take the reactions from both, from community perspective. I've mentioned they came out first, the initial pushback was, we don't want the 3%. The 3% will not get anywhere to help manage, what we have for. So there has been a bit of hesitation on their own side. But again, it has been passed, it's law, and they just have to abide by it. Then the other expectation, the other thing we have seen from the community perspective is that some of the communities now feel that the revenue that would come to them for community development projects, through the 3% OPEX that is now legitimized, that somehow the revenue will be now too small to manage some of their expectations, because if you check somehow what the IOC is, before now, the way the cluster works, the way the industry has been working is, you put them into clusters, agree on projects. Literally, it is now 3%. So whatever that 3% of those communities. So in a way, they have looked at it that, this 3% may not be enough to guarantee some of the projects we want to do, execute, and all those things, and then thereby putting some pushback on it. So their expectation is that, well, this should be increased, but all the same, everybody is just monitoring. Let's see what the 3% equivalent in practical terms, and to what extent it will meet, the developmental challenges of those communities. The other thing there, from the community perspective, is selection of their BOTs in terms of working of this PIA. Now, we've seen problems we've seen across the communities, selection of members of their board of trustee. The good thing about the PIA now is that you set up the board of trustee, the operating company will set up the board of trustee, screen the communities will nominate, of course, company will screen and set up the board of trustee. After setting it up, the companies withdraw. They are not members of the board of trustee. So it is now entirely in the hands of the communities to manage those resources that have now been transferred into them. So there will be complete transfer. There will be complete transfer of those resources from the companies to the communities to manage through their various BOTs and, of course, the other elements of the hierarchies within the structure. So the issue has always been presently how to get this BOT, the issues, the confusion about it, on the side of the communities. We also have the problem among them too, which they have also pointed out, that has to do with the tag that has been placed on members of the BOT. You know, the qualification that the NUPRC have placed on, you know, for members of the BOD, I mean, the list they have in the regulation is that it has to be 10 years and above, 10 years of those who are in core business or professions, law, financing, banking, etc., etc. And the communities will always ask you. Now, where the company is operating, most times are in the rural areas, all right, rural communities. And in most of those rural communities, you will not find the level of this kind of qualification residing in those communities. Most of them are always in the urban centers. So by the time you set the BOT, the argument is that you are setting, you know, putting this high in the urban areas to come in and, you know, manage their affairs. Because when you check in-house among those that are living down there, basically you just find people with 2, 3, 4 years experience, and by the time the experience are already growing, all out. So the challenge of getting the BOT members that falls within the criteria as set by NUPRC has always been a major issue. But again, once you take those numbers, once you take what you have and send to NUPRC, they send it back different framework.
Okay, Chief, thank you.
So those issues are there on the side of the communities. Also good to mention the things we have seen. Now, some communities have even gone further to challenge the PIA. So let me just quickly run them. So on the side of the company, we have looked at issues of fine that the NUPRC have set aside for, you know, if you don't meet up. We all know the PIA is supposed to have started running from August of this year after the 1 year.
Okay, Chief, I'm being given a nice little prompter about timing. We've enjoyed your input so far, excellent coverage of the issues. Yes, we might come back to you, but we'll move on to the next panelist. Thank you, Chief Sam. To my next panelist, that's Tolu Awoyinfa, who is an investment banker. My first question is, what is the current state of global funding available for oil and gas development projects?
Thank you, Mr. Kirili. I mean, a lot has been said already today. I think, you know, what we've heard so much and gained so much already thus far in the sessions. So I'll try to keep this brief and keep this very relevant to actual funding constraints, challenges, and so on that we're seeing in the markets today. So to respond to your question, on a general note, to be very frank, the global sentiment towards oil and gas is quite unfavorable at the moment due to ongoing and, of course, very valid concerns about global climate change and the impact of the continued use of fossil fuels on global warming. What we're seeing now is that the financial institutions, primarily, of course, based in the West, and even to an extent also the public investment funds, who have typically been a source of funding for the oil and gas sector, have started to make public commitments to actually exit from oil and gas as a sector in general. And of course, this is based primarily on stakeholder pushback. Of course, we hear a lot about the protests and the pushback from environmental groups as well, insisting that these entities, corporate finance bodies, take two approaches to exiting. The first one is really an immediate cessation of oil and gas investments and fossil fuel support for the fossil fuel sector. And secondly, which I think is a bit more draconian, but it's the reality today, is that existing investments in oil and gas need to be divested from. So I guess for us as an economy, Nigeria and Africa as a region that is mostly dependent on revenue from fossil fuels to fund the government, to fund infrastructure, this is certainly a contributory factor in stifling our growth as a region. I wouldn't go too deep into the conversations around climate change and how that is different from an African perspective, a developing world perspective versus the rest of the world. But again, that being said, it's important to note that the global demand for fossil fuels is still growing, and it's growing as consistently as it was even in prior years, right? So we're seeing about a 2% annual global demand for fossil fuels regardless. For that demand to be met, there has to be production. And for production to happen, there has to be investments. So whilst the traditional lenders, the traditional companies that were financing those assets are pulling out, what we're starting to see is a change in the source of funding. We're seeing private equity firms stepping up now, and other sort of family houses with large pots of capital that are less concerned about the sustainability themes and are more focused on profits. So there's certainly quite a large market for oil and gas. We feel that oil and gas is here to stay, and from a financing perspective, there's still significant activity in the sector.
Okay, thank you, Tolu. Now, we all know that the sector is constantly changing, as you rightly said. Renewables is constantly in the background, always a looming issue in the oil and gas sector. But this year, we've had the Russo-Ukrainian war. What impact has that had? Plus the positions of OPEC and OPEC Plus, etc. What impact has that also had on the availability of funding, the risk perception or gain, as the case may be?
Okay, so I'll just start off on the first point, which is really the ongoing conflict in Russia and Russia-Ukraine. This has certainly created volatility in the market. Again, the oil and gas sector is always prone to volatility due to changes in crude price and external factors, like you said, Mr. Kirili, at the introduction of this session. So that volatility has certainly come to bear, particularly on gas. And that volatility has impacted the West more so, given Russia's cessation of supply of gas into Europe. Of course, what is being said is that the Nord Stream pipeline, which is the primary pipeline taking gas out of Russia into Europe, is down for repairs. But of course, we know that there are other subliminal perspectives to that. This, of course, has forced European consumers of gas to seek alternative sources such as LNG. And of course, that has spiked the price of liquefied natural gas on international markets. I think really the longer term impact that will be determined on how much longer the conflict continues. But a key takeaway for governments is that energy security is now firmly with us. So whilst we're talking about sustainability themes, the security of energy and being able to deliver power, energy, fossil fuels to meet the demand is significantly here to stay, and a diverse mix of sources is certainly on the table at this point in time, such that if one source of gas or crude were to turn off the tap for whatever reason, other sources would be able to step in. And again, I think this certainly creates an opportunity for Africa as a whole. And we're starting to see mega projects, even smaller micro and mini LNG projects coming into play to meet that global demand. And to speak to the point on OPEC, what we've seen this year is OPEC putting pressure on its members and OPEC Plus also by extension to reduce, to of course drop output. And again, when we look at OPEC's decisions, we need to also think of the backdrop of that. OPEC is primarily is an oligopoly. It's just a group of countries that wish to control pricing, and the general consensus is to maintain a higher oil price. So again, OPEC's decisions are hardly ever surprising. And again, I think really depends on what side of the coin you are facing, if you want crude prices or fossil prices to be higher or lower. So I think really it's a case of OPEC sneezing and the rest of the world just catching a cold and having to adjust for that. So I think that's really the perspective from OPEC's decisions.
Thank you, Tolu. I will move on, mainly because of time. I'd love to ask you more questions, but this may come later. I'll move on to the next panelist, Ohai Akigbe, who is a security expert. This is really front and center of the oil and gas market in Nigeria. Militancy, vandalism, a long history of security issues, but it's almost seems to be ramped up in recent times. Security threats, diversion of pipelines, tapping of pipelines, even syndicates, criminal syndicates being involved. We heard the story on the pipelines issue, a 9-year-old pipeline. I can't imagine something more outrageous than that. Having existed for 9 years, diverting crude oil out of Nigeria towards unknown persons. And then we've got the syndicates who are lifting crude without let or hindrance, as us lawyers say. My question is, with this rise, with the threat it's having to our underlying revenues, and the CEO of NUPRC said we'd lost in the first quarter $1 billion of revenue. And now that's nothing to just look on about. This really should grab our attention. This affects all the things that we've been talking about. Mr. Higwe, can you advise us on your assessment and then what you think should be done?
Okay, Dr. Kerele, thank you so much for having me on the panel. I kind of feel privileged to be able to share my experience, limited experience, I would say, but I think I can bring some value to the conversation. You might have noticed me smiling when you're introducing me and you called me a security expert.
Sorry, Mr. Higwe, I don't know whether it's just me. Yeah. If you just turn up your volume a little bit, just to, yeah.
Is that better?
A bit better. Go ahead, please.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I was saying that you might have noticed me smiling when you were introducing me as a security expert, because I don't know, these days, I find it very kind of comical to be referred to as a security expert, because, I mean, evidently over the years, we've seen the chaos in the country as regards security. Now, you know, in my introduction, I have a bachelor's degree in physics. So basically, I tend to approach problems from defining equations. The security equation in Nigeria is a very complex equation. And basically, security problems emanate from socioeconomic and political problems. So sometimes security professionals can be viewed as undertakers. You know, it's when you have the problem that there's supposed to be some kind of a response. However, I think I kind of wear two hats, and my second hat is being an intelligence analyst. So I tend to think a little bit more proactively in terms of considering, you know, the security equation, which I think is part of the problem that we've had dealing with security over the decades. Now, like we've said, and this has been repeated over and over again, the issue of security in the oil and gas sector goes way, way, way back decades. I mean, we can go back to the time of Ken Saro-Wiwa when we see environmental activism. We can remember the Jesse crisis where we saw tragic deaths of people, you know, trying to scoop product from broken pipelines. I've had the privilege of being sent into this area while I was still in the military. I served in military intelligence, and I was part of a task force that was sent into the Warri area to investigate vandalism to some of these pipelines. So I have some context. And historically, because what I was able to gather on the ground, historically, some of this vandalism had been going on for a much longer time, but it was restricted to a very small cartel of individuals. So you can liken this to organized crime. So on the one hand, you have possibly people in establishment, and on the other hand, you have the criminal collaborators. Now, what has happened over the years is that this has extended. This has become an open place market for many commerce, you know, and it has continued to escalate. Now, if we go way back to early 1990s, we find that kidnapping became prevalent in the oil and gas sector. Now, I had the opportunity then, or the privilege, to write a report at that point because we handled one of the first cases in Warri. And in my report, one of the things that I said there was that there was likely going to be an escalation of this. And basically, this is from simple analysis in the sense that when you go into the oil and gas sector in South America, you see that kidnapping at one point became very, very prevalent. And and this has continued to grow. Now, as an intelligence analyst, one of the things that I've encountered is the fact that, writing these reports sometimes makes you seem like an evil prophet. So you do the analysis, you do the projections, and then you hope for a response. But a lot of the time, there's always sort of executive wishing, that's trying to wish things away, that this will not happen. As a professional, I'm a pessimist. As an individual, I'm more of an optimist. 10 years ago, I predicted that there was going to be an escalation of, crime for very simple reasons. I mean, you tie some of them to the social, economic, and political drivers, and you can see it's like we've had groups now that have bitten up that forbidden fruit. At one point, the security agencies seemed to be invincible. They were the only ones that had the monopoly of firepower. Now that's in the past. Now we have organized crime groups that can procure weapons, they can operate these weapons, they can stand toe to toe with government forces. So this has become a major problem. They also understand the principle of leverage. And one of the things that has been established in this discussion is the loss of trust from the host communities. And this is huge. I was in one of the communities back in 1999. And one of the things that we were kind of doing investigation on parts of government just to find out what was going on. And we went into the various communities and we found out that a whole lot of people that were fishermen could no longer fish because of spillages into the waterways. And everybody's looking for somebody to blame. They expected somebody to come to their rescue. And one of the things that they said that touched us was that we were the first sign of any type of government intervention. So that left room for a lot of, let's call it radicalization for this discussion, where people started to, have a lot of ill feeling towards the government, and that ill feeling somehow has transferred over time to businesses coming out there to operate. So this is one of the reasons why I say it's become a very complex equation, because for the players in the oil and gas industry, they're out there to do a business, to run their operations. But in terms of being able to provide security, they mostly rely on the government to be able to respond. Now, the oil and gas companies themselves, and the way their security is structured, they can respond to these challenges. But like we've been saying over the years, one of the things that we think that the players in the oil and gas industry should where they can invest is to be able to build the intelligence gathering capacity, be able to predict and project more of what is able to happen so that they can be able to use this information to work with the security agencies. However, in saying that, intelligence is a complicated consumable. I've seen, even in the industry, where intelligence has been passed on to executives and it has been misapplied. It has led to people being fired. It has led to people being exposed. It has led to their safety and of their families being at risk. So one of the other things that I would be recommending is security awareness, and also in terms of information security policies that can be put into place within companies as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mbadiwe. We're a little pressed for time, but you've stated quite eloquently the issue of the host communities and the militancy being born out of grievances, which Chief Sam has obviously advised us on how best to tackle it. We also have the PIA, which has Host Communities Development Fund. We don't know yet how far all those will go. But apart from the, obviously it's a major thing, this host community problem, and obviously the militancy. What kind of approach, if you were given a mandate by the government, would you, in terms of your first major approach to tackling this problem of the vandalism, the syndicates, and so on, is it a technological approach you would adopt, whether drones or satellite imagery, etc., or would it just be government will, approaching the government and trying to turn around individuals in the government? How easy that would be is another question. But my issue is, if you're advising the government social issues apart, what would your first advice be, on majority of your advice be?
Well,
Please
I
keep
would,
it brief.
yeah, okay. So I would still start with the social approach, because that's the most effective, I think, in the long term, because trust has already been eroded. So that has to be built up, and that's going to take a lot of creativity. Because how do you build trust? Is it just by building schools? I think it's more than that. It's actually by, you know, creating that interaction, sort of. And like I said, that's going to require a lot of creativity. I talked about security awareness programs, and security awareness programs also involve a lot of creativity. You know, it's not just about lectures. Sometimes what we've done in the past is to create these exercises where we kind of integrate people from the community, all the stakeholders, so that they can understand how these things affect everybody as stakeholders. So it's something that they can also take back to the members of the community and make them understand how they're stakeholders in the success of the companies that are operating within their host communities. Now, when it comes to technology, I mean, the technologies are there and the technologies are quite straightforward. The problem usually has been the response, you know, and that's usually from the government side of things. Because if for instance, you have technology picking up that a pipeline has been vandalized somewhere, the question is, what's the response? How quick is the response? How can it get there? And how are you able to mitigate the risk? So the government does have a lot to do still, even though I do know that a lot of capacity has been built over the last 7 years, because I know when we went out into the creeks in the late 2000, thereabouts, the Navy didn't even have the platforms to go into the creeks. But now they've acquired more of these specialist platforms that can go into the creeks. We know that between the Navy and NIMASA, they've enlarged their surveillance capacity, so they can see much further. And one of the things that they're doing now is to be able to increase or enlarge that response capability by procuring, you know, smaller, faster interdiction platforms.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Higbe, for that analysis. And I guess that issue will continue to rage on. It's we had 32-year lows of oil production, and all the issues of funding and financing will all be subordinated if we don't tackle this security problem. That is a critical problem in the production of oil from Nigeria, which will attract investment. Thank you to all the panelists for your analysis, excellent analysis. I'll hand you over to our host. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you, Mr. Dolapo Akinrele, and to all our panelists, Kipsam, Tolu, Okai. We really, really appreciate it. It was really, really value adding. So it's time for our questions and answers. And we have 2 questions in our chat box. So the first is, does the privatization of the NNPC PLC into NNPC Limited create any paradigm shift that would or should woo potential investors? So I'll leave it to the speaker and the panelists. Mr. Akinrele, I don't know if you'd want to.
Could the speaker tackle that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, first, the NNPC wasn't privatized. The PIA doesn't privatize the NNPC as it is now. What it does is to convert it to a company under the CAMA, the Companies and Allied Matters Act. So if you do transactions with the NNPC, you know that there are challenges around the Federation account issues and the World Bank negative pledge. With the conversion to a CAMA company, it means that those issues fall away, particularly around Federation account issues and the World Bank negative pledge. That's not to say the NNPC will not still give directly some of its income. I think profit gas and profit oil under PSC still go, 70% of that, I think, still goes to the Federation account. But outside of that, it will be run like a CAMA company. But that doesn't automatically change much, because the president still appoints the board of directors, and the country still owns via the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, and I think the Ministry of Petroleum Incorporated, also the NNPC. So what changes? And then finally, another thing that changes is that the Treasury single account the Public Procurement Act and I think the Fiscal Responsibility Act will no longer apply. So legislation that have made financing difficult, legislation that have made doing certain transactions difficult fall away, and monies don't directly, substantial monies, apart from what I did mention, don't directly go to the Federation account. Other than that, it's still same, but it then prepares ground for the ultimate privatization. So now it's not privatized, but that's, I think it's something in progress, depending on whether the government has the political will. So I'm not sure it changes much. The PIA overall does, but when NPC wasn't privatized, it was only corporatized, and that doesn't really substantially change much. Those are my views, but it would be nice to know what the panelists think.
Sorry, thanks a lot, Mr. Ani. I think just to add to that, I think everything you've said is spot on in terms of it not being a privatization, but really just moving into sort of a separate legal entity. And I think part of the premise for this position is really to situate NNPC as a national oil company that is ready for business, right? So taking and going to another part of the world, in Brazil, we've got Petrobras, which is the national oil company for Brazil. And what the company has done over the years is to actually position itself almost as equal to any IOC that you would see, where they are actively, seeking investments, looking for new acquisitions, financing these acquisitions from a commercial perspective as well. So I think really this first step that we see positions NNPC as a national oil company to be reckoned with, but the jury is out on the actual implementation. Again, Mr. Oni has mentioned some certain elements of it that still leave a lot to be desired in terms of implementation and so on. But we'll see how that plays out.
Thank you so much, Dr. Oni and Tolu. I believe that answers the question to Hussein Barua. There's another question we have, and it says, what does the entry of Dangote refinery mean for the other potential players? Are we faced effectively with a monopoly in substance down the line? What does that mean for investors into that space? So I'll still leave it up to the panelists and the speaker to take it up.
I think Dr. Oni and Tolu, whoever would be, we have your comments on that?
Yeah, so I think with respect to Dangote refinery, and again, of course, this is focused more on downstream. We have touched a lot more on the upstream side of things. So it's interesting. It would be good for us to also speak to that as well. I believe that this really would be premised on the eventual markets for the product for the product and the output of the refinery. We understand that significant portions of that output in terms of refined product would supply the Nigerian market and also international markets. So ultimately, the impact that will be seen on players within Nigeria would be driven by the eventual, markets for those products. So I think some of that will really be seen at the point of, implementation and once that kicks in. However, there's certainly still a role for other players in the market. Earlier in the conversation, I talked about LNG opportunities to selling into the international markets. Again, globally, there is this significant increase in demand for liquefied natural gas, and we see that being sustained into the future. So LNG has now become more attractive, and it's not necessarily just for the mega projects. For example, the Mozambique LNG, or which is, of course, is a huge project, $15 billion in financing required. And of course, Train 7 of the Nigeria LNG, which is in progress at the moment. There's certainly still scope for other downstream operators, refiners, and so on to eventually sell to the international markets, regardless of the Dangote refinery's position. What I like to say is that the market is very large. There's a lot of untapped capacity within the sector, and this enabling environment, like the other panelists, Chief Sam and Mr. Ohai have talked about, all of those enabling environments would really help to increase the size of of the market as a whole, the sector as a whole. And I believe that the pie is still very large for participants to come in and participate.
Yes, and I think just to add to what Tolu's just said, the market is large, and Nigeria is a large country, both numerically, the population, and geographically. So there is definitely scope for other refiners to operate. I think the only thing is the availability of the crude oil. And I think that that is what is critical. Whoever is coming in should be given a fair shake or fair treatment in terms of the availability of crude oil as a feedstock, in addition to Dangote. So that, I think, will ensure that there are other players that can come in and fill in for the population.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this would be a good place to wrap up this first session. And thank you to Lou and Mr. Kinrele SAN for the point you just made. And it's something that I quite agree. I mean, there's still scope for others, and we've actually seen some even modular refineries springing up here and there, trying to grab what they can. So it's not really just for the large project. So thank you, and to all members of this panel and the speaker. We appreciate it. This has been really value adding, and we are really excited that we have you on this session. So I think we'll break up for about 10 minutes to just have some sort of break, and we reconvene at 10:46. Please. Okay, thank you very much. This brings us to the end of this first session. We'll come back to move on to section 2. Thank you very much, everyone. Please stay tuned.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back from the break. We are still on Oando PLC annual legal seminar. We had the first session and we'll be commencing the second session shortly. And the session will be starting off by a session titled The Climate Change Act 2021, Goodbye to Greenhouse Gas Emissions. And this will be taken by Professor Olarewaju Fagbonhun, PhD, SAN. He is the former Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, founding partner Brook and Company. Professor Olarewaju majors in environmental law. His teaching and research areas include environmental policy and advocacy, international environmental law, and climate change. His practice encompasses both litigation and transactional work, and he recently served as the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor and CEO of the Lagos State University. He has also served as consultant to government and international bodies such as the European Union, etc. He was also a member of the International Bar Association's 18-man Special Task Force on Climate Change Justice. In 2019, he was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So over to you, Ms. Professor Olarewaju.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning to our great audience, the co-speakers, and let me thank the organizers of this event, Oando, for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. I've actually been part of it since morning when we started, and it's been very insightful listening to these other speakers who also touched on quite a number of the issues that are related to the topic for this session. Let me particularly thank the DG Climate Change, Dr. Dahiru, for agreeing to be a part of this event and personally joining. I saw Dr. Dahiru earlier, and I want to thank you, sir, for making our time to be here. The discussion we had for this session could not have come at a better time, considering the fact that the world is experiencing serious extreme flood and storm events. Nigeria is also a part of it. The challenge is heavy, and this morning, the CNN headlined it as Nigerians at risk of disease and food insecurity. It's wreaked so much havoc on people's livelihoods, on communities. So many people are dead. That was part of the opening shot when the first session was about to start. Infrastructure has been destroyed, and we don't know how it will end, because it will continue to deepen unless we are able to come to terms with some of these challenges. I can only say that at this time, our heart goes out to all those who are victims of these tragedies. For my presentation this morning, I'll be focusing on the following things. I want to look at the reality of greenhouse gases for the sector. What are the things driving the urgency to reduce carbon emissions? I want to look at the complementary. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I want to look at the complementarity of the Climate Change Act. Then I'll look at some of the provisions of the Climate Change Act. I'll do a bit of review of the marketization of carbon in Nigeria. I will look at financing low carbon energy, which was part of what the last session also talked about. Then gas as a transitional resource. And what should the energy companies, and not only energy companies, what should all the corporate entities be interested in going forward? If you look at this first slide, which I titled The Reality of Green Energy Business, climate change is a primary challenge of our era, with greenhouse gas emissions at the heart of the issue. The kind of impacts that I've indicated there, economies will be impacted, infrastructural investment, food insecurity, water stress, public health, livelihoods, and it's going to be a catalyst for conflict. It will also multiply the risks that are present within the system. Now, the question on everybody's lips, when you look at what has been happening in our different communities, the question on everybody's lips is, what adaptation strategies could we have introduced to make our communities much more resilient in terms of the challenges that they are being faced now? What kind of mitigation strategies could we have adopted to also, in anticipation of the climate risks that we are confronted with? If you look at the Paris Agreement, the target of it is achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius. And the threshold that we're looking at is 2.0 degrees. And this is why everybody is pushing now for a green economy. In a green economy, what are you looking at? Improved human well-being. It will allow for building of social equity. It will reduce environmental risk and scarcities. And at the end of the day, a point that was made in the last session, when you see the kind of challenges that Africa, a country like Nigeria, is facing, we are the least contributor to the emission that we're talking about, but we are bearing the greatest brunt because we don't have the capacity to bring on the mitigation strategies. We also do not have the technology, and neither do we have the adaptation strategies that we should have in place to make our communities resilient. A whole lot of things are building up, but at the point we are now, we still have a lot to be achieved. And that is why a law like the Climate Change Act is very, very important for us to be able to move forward. If you go to my next slide, I have tried to show there what are the things that will drive corporate considerations in relation to transitioning to low carbon economy. And what are those things that will drive investors in relation to looking at embracing a low carbon economy? A lot of the things that I'm going to be pointing out here were things that were covered in the first session. For instance, civil society organizations and NGOs, they are intensifying their campaigns globally. And so many of them are also present within the country. And they are all pushing that no more for fossil fuel. That point was made very well in the first session. That is part of the global pressure. Again, there's a changing market, there's a change in market demands. Market demands now is looking at green products, and companies that are still very much focused on fossil fuel, people are rejecting their products. And that is why the legal regime is changing. There are implications when it comes to tax. Integration of these in the planning strategy of companies becomes an imperative. On the other side of it, when you look at investor considerations, before investors go into any system now, they want to do what you call the environmental, social, and governance assessment of risks, because they don't want to go into a corporate entity that is fossil-laden, because they know what the global pressure is all about. If you go to the third one, where I've talked about the complementarity of the Climate Change Act, that act covers three critical areas. One, it seeks to achieve low greenhouse gas emissions through inclusive growth and sustainable economic development. Secondly, it's seeking to implement Nigeria's commitment to net zero emissions. And the third one is to establish the National Council on Climate Change together with its secretariat that will drive it. For corporate bodies, it's a good guide for long-term sustainable value creation. It will also assist them to be able to address their own carbon footprint. Now, coming to the Climate Change Act itself, I've indicated here that there are 8 parts to it. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
just a slight echo.
Okay. There are 8 parts. Is the echo better now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There are 8 parts to it, and you have 36 sections. In part 1 of it, you have the objectives and the application of the act itself. In part 2, that is where you see the establishment of the National Council on Climate Change. In part 3, you see the administration of the National Council. Then in part 4, the financial provisions. Part 5 is where you have the carbon budget and the National Climate Change Action Plan. Under part 6, you have the obligations relating to climate change. In part 7 of it, you have the nature-based solution. And then in the final part of it are the miscellaneous provisions. What I've done is to pick some salient provisions. I must emphasize that It is not the case that one provision of the Act is more important than the other. No, all the provisions will have to work together holistically. But what I've done here is just to signpost our attention to some of those critical provisions that we must be looking out for and that will guide the activities of corporate entities. If you look at Section 1F of that Act, the target set for attainment of net zero greenhouse gas emission in Nigeria is 2050 to 2070. I will talk a bit more about that in the course of my presentation, because these are areas where we think reforms may come in due course. In Section 1G and H, you see a lot about mitigation and adaptation strategies. What those provisions were saying is that there's a need to bring on board mitigation strategies and adaptation strategies. And for those who are conversant with climate change issues, you will see that the two drivers for managing the effect of climate change is mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation relates more to technology, while adaptation relates more to changing of lifestyle, looking at different ways that the communities can meet the challenges that they are faced with at different times. In Section 1I of the Act, there are mandates relating to compliance with the National Climate Change Action Plan. Under Section Section 3, that is the establishment of the National Council. I will talk a bit more about the National Council because the National Council is actually at the heart of that act. It is the National Council that now has a secretariat, which is established under Section 7. The secretariat is like the engine room of driving the policy mandates of the National Council. And it is in the secretariat that we have Dr. Dahiru leading and sitting to take charge of affairs. It is the secretariat that drives the activities of the National Council. Then in Section 4A, you see implementation of sectoral targets, amongst others. In Section 4.1, development of a mechanism for carbon tax. In Section 4J, development and implementation of mechanism for carbon emission trading. I'll talk a bit more about this in the course of the presentation. In Section 4P, what is the potential role of sovereign green bond in funding energy efficiency? Part of the contributions that were made in the earlier presentations that were done and the comments of the speakers is that attracting funding for a country like Nigeria has not been easy. Why is that so? I will point that out in the course of the conversation this morning. Then Section 7, as I stated earlier, established the Secretariat for the Council. While in Section 9, you see the powers of the Secretariat, although subject to the approval of the Council, to request for reports, data, document any information necessary to perform its functions, including site visits. What this clearly indicates is that it is no longer going to be business as usual. A whole lot of things will change. Transparency must come forward in the activities of corporate entities because the Secretariat will come in, they will be able to verify and scrutinize a whole lot of things that is happening within corporate entities and in different sectors. When you look at Section 15.3J, there is a fund that has been set up under that act. That fund can be applied to incentivize entities that are making efforts towards transiting to clean energy and sustaining reduction in greenhouse gas emission. Then Section 19, which sets the carbon budget and budgetary period. In Section 20, the formulation of the action plan, and the formulation of the action plan, that action plan is like the compass that will drive the activities of the Secretariat, pursuant to the mandate given to the Secretariat by the National Council. And it is the action plan that will prescribe measures and mechanisms for mainstreaming climate change responses into the different sectors. In Section 22, all MDAs are to establish climate change desk responsible for ensuring integration of climate change into their core mandate. Then in Section 23, you see the Council's power to use regulations to impose climate change obligations. In Section 24.1, private entities with employees numbering over 50 should have in place measures to achieve annual carbon emission reduction targets. Part of the criticism that some of us have raised, and which I'm sure may feature in reforms, is the fact that you may have an entity with less than 50 employees that is actually emitting more than an entity that has 50 employees. So there's a need to look at that very well. Again, you find out that private entities are also required to designate what they call climate change officers or sustainability officers, who will report through state directors on their effort at meeting carbon emission reduction. Now, when you come to section 24.2, you see the power of the council to find entities in the event of default in meeting targets, relying on a system that is referred to as environmental economic accounting. Now, the question is this: what do you mean by environmental economic accounting? This is a process that brings together economic and environmental information into a common framework to measure three things. And the three things to be measured will be the condition of the environment, the contribution of the environment to the economy, and the impact of the economy on the environment. It is this framework that is going to be used by the council in determining fines that will be paid by entities who fail to meet their target. Then you come to section 24.3, where you have the power of the council to require entities to prepare reports on status of performance of climate change obligations. So you see that quite a number of things will change, even in the way entities carry out their activities. In section 25, you see the power of civil society organizations to request for information pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act. And then section 32, the power of the council to make regulations requiring private and public entities to report annually on greenhouse gas emissions and on sectorial and cross-sectorial greenhouse gas emissions. Because the council has to report to the Federal Executive Council, so you see that the council has no choice but to deepen the activities of the secretariat, to drill down on different sectors to be able to get information. And then, of course, where the civil society organization comes in is that they will be able to they are going to keep the council and the secretariat on their toes, because they now have the power to request for information. So they will keep the council, they will keep the secretariat on their toes, and I will not be surprised if we begin to have an increase in what I would call climate change litigation. Because if you go back to the case, to the case that has now expanded the breadth of standing in Nigeria, that is the one where Justice I'll remember his name now. He just threw open the doors for CSOs to be able, particularly NGOs, to be able to come to court without the requirement of what special interest have you suffered before you say you can come in to seek protection of the environment. Then you see the power of the council to make to make regulations requiring private and public entities to report annually on greenhouse gas emissions. Then section 34, where you have private or public entity that act in ways that negatively affect efforts towards mitigation, they can actually be liable under the criminal law, and then there will be penalties that will go with it. Now, what do we see as possible reforms going forward? What I've done is to do a highlight of those different sections of the act that will push up a lot of activities. But in terms of reforms, when you look at 250 to 270 as the year for net zero, a whole lot must go into it, because the way the UK will look at net zero target is not the way Nigeria will look at net zero target. We must factor in social, political, and economic realities. Nigeria, for instance, is relying on fossil fuel for 70% of sustaining the economy. So at the end of the day, you find out that we must come to terms, while we cannot run away from meeting zero target, from meeting greenhouse gas emission reduction, we also must be realistic about it. Otherwise, you see a situation where quite a number of people will comply in name, but in reality, we will continue to have a challenge. Again, you have the president as the chair of the council. Since the report of the National Council will be going to the Federal Executive Council, we are looking at it. Some of us are suggesting that perhaps it is not the president that should chair the council. Perhaps it's possibly the vice president that should chair the council. But that is just one view of it. The other view of it may be that because of the importance of climate change, no other person other than the president should chair it. So these are some of the issues that may still come to fore. Then you have appointment of state directors under section 11(2) of the Act. Currently, as it is under the Act, appointment of state directors is to be done by the National Council. But in reality, when you look at the kind of federalism structure that we have, if you want to promote the activities of the National Council and the Secretariat, you need the buy-in of the state. The only way you can have the buy-in of the state is for them also to be involved. You cannot shave their head in their absence. You cannot go ahead and appoint a state director for them and you think they will play ball in terms of supporting the initiatives. So it might become very essential that we allow states to be able to nominate their state directors. Then in relation to carbon budget and action plan, there's a need for accurate data to form a baseline for effective implementation. Then of course, I've talked about section 24, which limits compliance to private entities employing 50 and the loophole that can be employed in relation to that. I now come to marketization of carbon. With respect to marketization of carbon, currently, what you have is a carbon tax regime that is in place with some bit of cap and trade system. But what the Act will be doing is to fully develop the cap and trade system, whereby there will be a cap on the amount of carbon dioxide that companies can emit, and a market system through which companies can buy, sell, and also trade their credits. The Council and its Secretariat will set the emissions cap for each industry and will also determine the penalty for those who exceed the maximum emission levels. The cap is the number of carbon dioxide emissions. While the allowance is each company's share of permitted emissions. There are success stories in the European Union, in China, in California, where carbon market has worked effectively. So a critical component of marketization of carbon is that there must be a well-structured system in place that should be able to measure accurately, also report accurately, and allow for verification effectively. I now come to the claim development mechanism. When you look at the claim development mechanisms, it allows countries with an emission and reduction emission limiting commitment under the Kyoto Protocol. These are the Annex B parties to the Kyoto Protocol. It allows them to be able to earn saleable and certified emission reduction credits through going ahead to invest in other countries. And the kind of thing that they can do, the kind of projects they can do in these other countries is probably rural electrification projects using solar panels or installation of energy efficient boilers. The CDM eventually helps countries to achieve sustainable development and reduce emissions, while it also gives industrialized countries some flexibility in how they meet their emission targets. When the CDM first started, it was very successful, with nearly 6,600 projects registered under the scheme, while certified emission reduction credits total over 1.2 billion tons of CO2 that were issued. But at a point, it crashed. And when it crashed, it reduced from about 10 euros per ton of CO2 to 0.5 euros per ton of CO2. What were the things that led to the collapse of the CDM? There were three critical things. The first was the fact that the EU's isolationist carbon policy, which prohibited the use of certified emission reductions in the EU area. This was a major challenge. Then the second thing was Japan's retreat from the commitments to its numerical targets aftermath of the accident at the Fukushima nuclear power stations. This was aftermath of the earthquake in 2011. Then you have the third situation where a country like China says that it's a developing country. China will have close to 2,000 CDM projects, while Nigeria will have probably about a dozen CDM projects. How do you compare the disparity? And this was one of the reasons why some European countries were not too comfortable with the CDM development mechanism. Even though it will appear to be increasing at this point in time, it will appear to be rising at this point in time, going to about maybe $1, about €1 for a ton of CO2. But you find out that what we have at the moment is not something that really excites too many people, because people do not see the clean development mechanism going forward so much as a mechanism that can assist in reduction of carbon at the end of the day. Now, we look at the interface of CDM with carbon sequestration, carbon capture and storage. These are two different concepts. Carbon capture and storage is more of a mitigation strategy. And you see that it involves capturing, transportation, and depositing. There is no way you can capture and transport and deposit without bringing in technology. Unlike carbon sequestration is more or less like a natural strategy. And this is where you see the forest coming in as sinks. The two of them will qualify as CDM at the end of the day, but that is the difference in these two concepts. Coming to financing low carbon energy, I noted earlier that previous speakers have mentioned why it is so difficult for a country like Nigeria to be able to easily finance the renewable energies unless there is support for it. Now you see that people are talking extensively about the need for the development agencies to come in to see how they can support countries developing countries. What I've done here is to create two slides. One of the slides is focusing on what are the challenges for emerging markets. And the second is looking at the possible advantages and options that developing and emerging markets can have. The first critical challenge is rising interest rates, high inflation rates, and high cost of doing business. The second one is that because of our inability to meet the challenges of climate change as a result of not having the technology and low ability to adapt, we have significant exposure to climate change. COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath has not done us too well. Then there's limited availability of data to aid assessment of countries' economic performance. Under the CDM, for instance, one of the reasons why we were not able to come up with too many projects is the reason that we do not have verifiable data for them to assess whatever it is that we are putting to the fore. So that is why part of what we should be looking at under the Climate Change Act is how to create and generate the data that will be used. Another thing is the lack of regulation in several markets, ineffective policies. At times you have the law and they are not being enforced. Then the expanding population and urbanization. What are the options that we have? Good governance is a sine qua non if indeed we want to achieve the goals. We must be able to mobilize wealth of natural resources and ecological diversity. And that is one thing that we have in abundance in Africa. How do we now utilize it to be able to achieve our goals? Africa's multilateral institutions have a critical role to play. I've mentioned the AFC, Afrexim Bank, AFDB, in mobilizing long-term finance. Then Africa represents 77.8% of people without electricity worldwide. That energy deficiency was part of what came up in the first discussion that we had. Then investment of over 127 billion is what is needed for green mini grids to facilitate electricity power for just 500 million people in Africa. So we see that quite a long way that we have to go if indeed we are going to be able to achieve the goals. Gas as a transition resource. Now the question have come up at different times that, can we rely on gas as a transition resource? Or do we just go ahead and go for clean renewables out and out? Why are they looking at gas as a transition resource? Because it has less polluting effects compared to other fossil fuels. But some people are arguing otherwise. The reason why those who are suggesting gas as a transition resource is because the urgent demand for energy supply cannot wait until we are able to achieve effectiveness with renewable energies. So we need affordable electricity to rural areas. So at the end of the day, it is critical that we have energy. And that is why those who are advocating for gas as a transition resource are pushing the frontiers of that. But what are the downsides? The first one is the environmental uncertainties and potential future consequences that comes with gas. As of this moment, yes, we know that it is less polluting than the other fossil fuel. But at the end of the day, because of the environmental uncertainties with it, people don't want to climb on it and then find out that after some time we have to go back again and say, let us decouple all of these and now go back to renewable energy. As of that time, so much investment probably would have gone into additional infrastructure to put it up. They also say that it will reinforce fossil fuel infrastructure and diminish investment that should ordinarily go out to renewables, which is the crowd out effect. So potentially, people are suggesting that if you go for gas as a transition resource, you are likely to have a transition that is much more expensive than if you just focus on renewables at this moment. It's a catch-22 thing. If you decide to go for renewables, how quickly can we accelerate to get there? If you don't go for it and you decide that, yes, let us go for it in a way that we can achieve it, but in the meantime, let us go for gas as a transition resource, then you have the challenge that those who are talking about it are raising. What I believe should happen is that at the end of the day, we cannot run away from having transitional gas as a transitional resource, but we must have well-articulated national policies to support the decarbonization plans such that we will not find ourselves looped into the gas system and not be able to get out of it as quickly as we might want. If you go into it now, you'll be able to meet global inequalities. But at the end of the day, the goal, the target, should simply be the zero target, which the world is looking at. Looking beyond today, what should be of interest to corporate entities? We cannot deny the fact that it is goodbye to greenhouse gas emission. It is a reality that has come to confront all of us. The future of regulation, which is towards zero carbon, is where we all have to go. And the Climate Change Act is what we give guidance moving towards that direction. The name of the game for energy companies and other entities is that we must appreciate that the new environment is one of risk mitigation, innovation for sustainability. We must have an eye for the business opportunities that abound within the renewable energy sector, and then a framework and time frame for us to be able to transit even within respective companies moving forward. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Larewaju, for a value-adding session. Thank you. So we'll be moving on to the panel session. We have a panel of 4. There'll be a moderator, which is Mr. Ademola Ogunbanjo. He's the Executive Vice President of Oando Clean Energy Limited. He will be moderating this session. He leads the Oando Green Projects team, which is of Oando and Clean Energy Limited, which is a subsidiary of Oando PLC and focused on renewables. He is the CEO of Programs Integrated Services Limited, a social engineering company with a focus on the Niger Delta region towards the protection of E&P assets. He's also an executive council member and GM of the business support group at Oando Energy Resources. He is trained as an internal consultant and coach at Oxford Management Consulting UK, and is a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants. He's also a member of the Institute of Directors. So he will be moderating this session. And for the other panelists, I'll let my co-anchor introduce the second panelist. Nonso.
Okay, thank you very much, Ebizi. So the next person we have on the panel is Dr. Salisu Mohammed Dahiru. I almost feel like he needs no further introduction. I mean, Prof repeatedly mentioned his name, and we know that he's the Director General, National Council on Climate Change. Dr. Dahiru is the, excuse me, Dr. Dahiru obtained his bachelor's degree of science in botany from Ahmed Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State, and he holds an MSc degree in cytogenics and plant breeding from University of Jos, and backed his PhD degree in environmental resources management from Nasarawa University, Kefi. Dr. Dahiru has worked in several places, and in the course of his work life, he has served in multiple relevant capacities, including being a special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Environment. He was a board member of the Nigeria Agricultural Research Council and National Parks and Service. Dr. Dahiru is also the national coordinator reducing emission for deforestation and forest degradation, REDD+, a United Nations program for climate change mitigation. In this capacity, Dr. was responsible for mainstreaming of REDD into the National Development Agency, and of course, enhancing synergies with the ministry's Great Green Wall program and the National Afforestation program. He was also the lead negotiator for Nigeria on REDD+ under the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change. Dr. Dahiru served as, served as Director of Forestry and was responsible for general administration and coordination of forestry activities around the country. He was also the National Project Coordinator of the Nigeria Erosion and Watershed Management Project, a World Bank for Them program, in addition to counterpart funds from participating state governments. In this capacity, again, he carried out integrated watershed management programs, including gully rapid action, soil stabilization, biomediation measures, and also mobilized counterpart funds from the state governments for erosion control, and providing implementation support to all of the 23 then participating states under the new MAP scheme. Doctor has been very involved in climate change actions and initiatives. He's a fellow of Forestry Association of Nigeria, member of Nigerian Environmental Society, and the Nigerian Institute of Management. He is also a recipient of several awards and honors, including recognitions from Leadership Distinction Award by Nigeria Organization for Youth Advancement, special recognition for contributions to the development of Nasarawa State by the governor, and the Environmental Support and Protection Award by the Environment Outreach Magazine. He also has some Meritorious Service Award by Nigeria Erosion and Watershed Management Project, and among several others. He has also presented various speeches, delivered several lectures, published various articles and papers on environmental management, sustainable development, and climate change. His hobbies include reading, photography, nature conservation, and community service. Doctor is happily married with children. Welcome, Doctor, to this session.
Thank you, Nonso. So another panelist we're going to have for this session is Ayotola Jagun. She's our cherished Chief Compliance Officer and Company Secretary at Oando PLC. She's very experienced and has over 29 years of that. She's a specialist in corporate law, risk management, compliance, and corporate governance. Her experience also spans across several jurisdictions, including the United Kingdom, Canada, Nigeria, and Bermuda. She's also a dual qualified lawyer. She's on this panel today. So the last panelist will be introduced by my colleague, Nonso. Thank you.
Okay, and he is no other than Mr. Bankole Michael Omoni. He is the Deputy Director and Head of Climate Change and Environment Planning, Planning Department, Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. Mr. Bankole Michael is the Deputy Director, as I mentioned. He works with the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and Water Resources. He's been involved in several activities on waste management, signage and advertisement, policy formulation and development, amongst others. He served as a field officer in national program on the National Field Inventory of Nigeria, Africa's Top 5 program, sponsored by the CIDA and FAO in 2010. Mr. Money is a climate change enthusiast, and he contributed to the development of the Lagos State Climate Action Plan, the CAP 2021, to help deliver an emission neutral society by 2050, and also improve have adaptation and resilience to the impact of climate change. He is the C40 cities focal point for Lagos State and has participated in numerous climate change programs and events. Under Mr. Money's watch, Lagos State has produced the Lagos State Energy Roadmap, the Lagos Infrastructural Settlement and Household Energy Survey, and the Lagos State Climate Risk Assessment, amongst others. Thank you very much, Mr. Money, for joining us in this session. Sorry, if you're speaking, it seems you're on mute.
Yeah, I just noticed. Thank you for having me.
So, Mr. Ogubanjo, I guess it's over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and busy. Well done with the anchoring of the sessions. Professor Fagbo, that was a lecture, right? That was a lecture. You tried to pack everything into one presentation, and I saw how difficult that was, but you were still able to deliver on the meat of each segment. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. So I'm coming to you first, Dr. Dahiru. You know I would, right? You being the very firstborn of the Climate Change Act. The argument for energy transition is clear to all. There is no gainsaying the impact of climate change on the world. And not just the world, but even, Nigeria as a country. If we were in doubt, let's look around all the 30 or so states that have flooded over the last few weeks. And then we will know that climate change is real. In the light of that, flooding means farmlands will be destroyed. Harvest will be negatively affected, and food shortage will happen to the market. Prices will go up higher than we're currently experiencing. So we are perhaps facing a food crisis over the next couple of months. These are real issues that Nigerians are going to be dealing with. However, if you look at Europe, despite all the conversation around energy transition, investments in renewable energy sources, you find that Europe recently had to crank up their coal plants because, again, for them is a survival conversation. Staying warm during winter is a survival conversation, and this is as a result of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and what impact that has had on gas supply to Europe and the cost of energy. Come here, back to Nigeria, you're saying that we need to electrify and or gasify domestic consumption of energy. We're speaking to that woman in the back of one village somewhere who burns wood to make her food. And we're talking about how she needs to transition from that to electricity. or gas. She has no access to both. These are real issues, yet the argument for energy transition is real as well. What balancing act, what path do you reckon, Dr. Dahiru, that we need to take to ensure that as we're elevating the conversation, we're addressing the reality of the impact of poverty amongst our people? Over to you, Doctor. Dr. Dahiru? You are unmuted, but we still can't hear you if you're speaking. Okay, so what I'll do to save us time till Doctor is able to join us again, I will take it back to the other doctor, Professor Fagbon.
Thank you very much. You say, can you hear me?
Yes.
The issue that you have raised is a very germane issue. And the way you signpost that is, there are some people, even in developed countries, who still do not believe that climate change issue is real. And they say it that at the end of the day, it's just a passing phase, that it is the natural sequence of events, that it is not different from what has happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Now you have a situation where people are hungry, which was why I made the point that it's a catch-22 thing. We cannot run after climate change and say, yes, we must achieve zero target without giving heed to that critical point that we have made of how do we also ensure a balance. And that was why I said, fixing a target of 2050, 2070 may not really be what we are looking at. We may have to even be changing the time as we move forward, seeing what we are achieving incrementally, and not necessarily focusing on saying, yes, we are already there. No, we may not be able to do that. Because at the end of the day, if you achieve a clean environment to the detriment of the entire population, who are you protecting? Who are you projecting? It becomes a difficult one. So that is the issue you have raised, and that is why you find out that industrialized, the developing nations, when it suits their fancy, they say that it is going green, going green, going green. But at the same time, when they realize that it is impacting on their people, on their country, they recede and take, some of them will even step out of agreements and decide to do some other things and then come back again. We had a case when the United States, during the time of Trump, was out of it. Japan was out of it at some time. Some countries are not even part of the Kyoto Protocol. So that is why we must put a balance to what we are doing. And that is why those who are talking about gas as a transitional resource, you cannot throw their arguments away. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Fagbo. But I'm going to have to come back to you again. Dr. Salisu, are you back though? He may be having connectivity issues, but let me come back to you, Professor Fagbo. One of the most popular arguments on the continent is that Africa contributes 3.8% only of GHG emissions to global emissions. Therefore, the conversation for going green or energy transition should not be one that is had with Africa, but one that's had with the rest of the world, with China doing about 23%, North America doing over 20% as well, and Europe doing about 17% of global GHG emissions. But when you look at the impact of the emissions, Africa is not experiencing 3.8% of the impact because the environment has no geographical boundaries. You cannot build a fence around your country and build a dome over it. Therefore, whatever pollution activity may occur in Hungary will someday affect someone who lives in Biu in Borno State. And that's what speaks to the need for that combined effort. Whether we contribute 3.8% or not, the bottom line is we must all work together and see to how we reduce carbon emissions and methane emissions into the environment for our own sake. But that also means that industrialization, which is, what we are still chasing, you can say the West is fully industrialized and they've moved even from there to technology and the gig economy and, digital economy and all of that. All right.
Hello, I think I'm back online. So
yes, you are, Dr. Saidaru. Welcome. We can hear you now.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well.
Even if it is virtually.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It's good to see you. Yeah. So I was asking a question that Professor Fagbo had addressed, but the one that I had prepared for him, I will bring to you. Right. Okay.
I think my system here is just acting funny. It keeps.
No, we can hear you, sir. It's Demola who is frozen.
Oh, okay. All right. Great. Okay.
Achieve industrialize and drill for oil and gas, and that the conversation about reducing carbon emissions and methane emissions should be one that you have with the West, because and of course China significantly and India as well. Because of the contributions that they make. However, when you look at the reality of our own environment, you find that in as much as we may contribute only 3.8% of GHG emissions globally, we are not experiencing 3.8% of the impact of climate change. We're actually experiencing it worse than some of these developed countries are, because we don't have as much resilient infrastructure as they do. And when you balance this argument with the reality of our environment, the bottom line is there has to be a a middle ground to travel. And I know that that's part of your work, your mandate, being the firstborn, like I said earlier, of the Climate Change Act, right? Your mandate is to achieve our commitment to net zero by 2060. And that's a huge mandate. Yeah. But in achieving all of that, you have to navigate the different, sides of the conversation. One saying, we shouldn't be put under pressure to decarbonize as rapidly as we're being asked to do. And the other saying, look, we can see the reality of the impact of climate change around us. Therefore, we need to move, swiftly as well. And then there is the primary concern of all governments across Africa, because most of our revenues come from fossil fuel in one way or another. So this is, for some countries, an existential conversation when it comes to revenue. How do you reckon that you will be able to navigate all of these conversations and at the same time get the support of the private sector in winding down on carbon emissions and working with you to achieve net zero by 2060?
Yeah, thank you, Ademola, and also thank, I think, the entire Oando for putting up this very important program. I think from my records and being a firstborn, to be exposed and to be involved in a very important and timely a program of sorts that is a combination of virtually everything: education, information, as well as mobilization and sensitization of a very critical sector, the private sector, with respect to the discussion in the climate change arena of this magnitude and of this intensity. I think this is the first of its kind. And as a firstborn, this is also a firstborn for me. And I really appreciate this. Firstly, I also want to commend Oando, the organizers of this event, for calling on our erudite professor for this presentation. Rather than having you hearing from the government side the analysis and the evaluation of sort of the Climate Change Act, coming from Prof is I think it's a game changer as far as I'm concerned, so that we have an opportunity to really embrace, all the presentations and the points that he has put forward. Now, with respect to Adebola's very, very heavily loaded question, first of all, I think you've laid the foundation for it. For us, those of us that used to think that climate change is just an abstract, it's just a story for the West, I say climate change is here. Climate change is here. And we are faced with a situation that if you try to relate this with something like an illness or say cancer, God forbid, that does not have a cure, but could be prevented. And we sit down allowing it to develop from a very tiny stage and graduating, improving in terms of its severity from time to time over a long period of time. And eventually it reached a point where it faced us squarely in terms of the devastation and the effects. And we realized that we've missed the point of prevention. We are now faced with the reality of the fact that what we must do, because it cannot be cured, is to how to live with it. That is where we are. And I therefore really commend the proactive nature and the stance that Oando and a host of others, key players in Nigeria are doing in the private sector by coming up to terms with the reality of the situation and seeing what arrowhead they can pin on to advance their operations to conform with this reality. And again, you look at the enormity of the problem we are having. I think the Climate Change Act is just another opportunity. I think the one and only opportunity for us to reboot in terms of everything that everyone has been doing or is planning to, including those who are planning to do nothing, to really look at the reality of the situation with respect to climate change and see how best we can put this together. And the architects of the Climate Change Act have done quite a lot, looking at the presentation that Prof has given us, to see that virtually everybody, every key stakeholder, has been brought on board in terms of, one, making the act applicable and for virtually everybody, all MDAs, the private sector, communities, and states. And in the design of the council itself that will drive the activities of the, in terms of driving the implementation of Nigeria's commitments to the various obligations under the UNFCCC, IPCC, as well as bilateral agreements, the composition unit, a sub-unit of the Federal Executive Council, with about 13 ministers. The CBN governor also a member, as well as the NNPC is also on on the membership, and representative of women, the chairman of ALGON, that is the Association of Local Representative of Women, the civil society, and composition. I think we'll have this fair representation that will enable us have the necessary bite in terms of regulations, policies, as well as guidelines that will help to, borrow the words of previous presenters, that it's no longer going to be business as usual. There are definitely going to be accountabilities, both on the parts of stakeholders and even individuals, especially the private sector, in terms of what they are doing for the climate and on the climate change adaptation and mitigation initiatives. And these are going to be fully inspected, supervised, measured, reported, and verified in such a way that if you perform creditably, meaning that you are within your limit or below even your cap, you are incentivized, you get some kind of a reward. Usually this, I think, will have to be developed, in conjunction with key stakeholders. And if you are found liable, you have a combination. Prof has told us you can be criminalized, but on the other side, it might come again with some additional levies or taxes that could be imposed in addition to this criminalization of some of these activities. So I see the work is really, really enormous, and it is going to require. So in a nutshell, I think I've never gotten an opportunity to really try to sell the Climate Change Act the way Prof has done, and I really want to commend him for this. And I also want each and every one of us to try to. There are copies all over the world, so on the internet, so you can have access to it, and there is a lot of opportunities for the private.
Thank you, Dr. Dahiru.
By and large, the private sector vehicle. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Ademola. All right.
Yes.
All right.
So we've experienced some of the challenges you have with internet connectivity, but I want to stay with you. Just one more question, because it's essential. We have a target. The target is net zero by 2060. There are frameworks that you have developed for us to be able to achieve this. How is it that so let me rephrase that. The most important bit of the framework is the enforcement, the implementation, right? And it is not your agency that will deliver on the implementation. I'll give an example. Oando Clean Energy and the Lagos State government, we have a partnership to electrify mass transit system in Lagos, which means we'll use electric buses instead of internal combustion engine vehicles. And there's a phase out plan over the next decade. However, for me to bring in the electric bus, I still need to pay duties. So how do we marry the reality of that with an agenda to decarbonize Nigeria? If transportation, one of the biggest contributors to GHG emissions, right, is being tackled on the state level with the government, but we still can't get a waiver on duty. And I know that there are provisions for this in your framework, but I guess they're yet to filter through the agencies that will implement.
Thank you, Ademola. Look, I don't want to say this is too early to be raising these questions, but to really highlight to you the fact that the act was actually signed in November 2021. Only in July that the National Council was kind of put in place. So you see the time frame. But the good thing is that the act in itself has mandated the council, irrespective of when we were established, to report within 1 year of the signing of the act, progress in these key areas that we are raising this question. So for us, the council is in place, but is already living on borrowed time. The need to really fast track and do a lot of catch up with respect to putting in place the kind of guidelines as well as policies, and in fact, where the issue of guidelines and policies are slowing powers or the mandate to even prepare.
Doctor, if you can hear me,
policy notes
turn off your
guidelines
video.
for approval of the president.
Dr. Dahiru, turn off your video. Let's see if connectivity will be much better. Because I really want to hear what you're saying. We don't want to lose any part of it.
So, yes. Yeah. So, can you hear me now a little bit louder?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we are doing a lot of catch up, and to do these policies and to put in place these mechanisms that will ensure that the private sector that are already ahead, such as Oando, I won't name the others, that are already putting up, actionable programs to achieve their net emissions reductions targets, are able to do it now without any encumbrance, is that the Act gave the National Council the abilities and the mandate to even come up with policy notes or specific regulations for immediate implementation that can help to fast track this process. Now, what we have done so far in the last 2 to 3 months from our coming into existence was having series of sectoral consultations. And if not for the COP that we intend to go, we wanted to have ongoing that actually identifies where we are with respect to the various work streams, whether it is in a mitigation organization, as well as adaptation, specific projects that are ongoing, and then seeing how best we can support them within the short term. So we are developing a roadmap that has the immediate actions they needed based on information and data gathered. We've already commissioned somebody to do this stock take, which will form the basis for. So, within the next couple of days, not even months, you will definitely be hearing from us. And the idea is to have these multiple approaches to the various actions and activities that form the basis of the mandate of the council.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Ayatollah, I'm coming to you. All right. Look, we know the issues. We have a task. Structures are being set up. The private sector, some would say most of us in this sector were only greenwashing because we're used to doing things the way we've always done things. And, it's a capitalist system. All right. But there are, regulations and, compliance frameworks that can be put in place to support the work National Council, for example. In your assessment, what gaps do you see, and how do you envisage that more can be achieved with the relationship between the council and the private sector?
Thank you very much, Ademola, and thank you to the legal team for putting this together. It's a really pertinent topic that we need to look at because it speaks to our existence. We've all seen the flooding that's taking place and affected 32 of all the states, and the impact that has had on lives and property, the impact it's likely to have on food security. Just as an example, in a week, a tuber of yam went up from 800 naira to 1,700 naira because of the floods. And of course, you know, we are in a recession. So these things are very, very important for us to consider. I'm going to start from the softer issues when it comes to what the private sector can do working with the council. You know, it's all well and good to have these targets, but they need to be implemented. And if we look at the developing nations, there is need, and there was need to sensitize and carry everybody along. When I say carry everybody along, I mean even the citizens. We talked about some issues which require cultural change, real culture change, because when you talk about cooking with firewood, for instance, it's not just about the woman in the rural areas who has nothing else to cook with except firewood or charcoal. By the way, there's also a global market for charcoal. And so Nigeria does export charcoal, you know, and so there are things which are necessity. But then there's also people's tastes and preferences, you know, for food cooked in a particular way in the urban areas. So of course, if we all go to parties, firewood jollof is on the table. You know, these things are important. They involve a culture change. If we look at developed countries, you have to go with your bags now in certain countries. I think it's only in Rwanda that has been implemented in Africa, that you cannot go, you know, you cannot get a carrier bag, a plastic bag. And we know that plastic waste is one of our major issues in Africa, in Nigeria, also contributing to the flooding. So there is need to bring about that culture change. And I think this is something that the private sector has done particularly well when it comes to communications, when it comes to engagement, stakeholder engagement, when it comes to maybe carrying people along with the necessity, because there's still quite a lot of skeptics out there. So we spoke about, you know, climate change denial and climate change skepticism. There's still quite a bit of that. And there needs to be education in that area. There's some companies like ours, like Oando, that are quite far ahead in terms of understanding the implications of not doing anything. But even in America, right, there are probably, I think there were 139 elected officials as of last year in Congress who did not believe that or acknowledge the scientific evidence of human-caused climate change. So there is a lot still to be done in terms of raising awareness, engaging stakeholders, helping people to see that this really is a problem, working with academia to ensure that we have our data in Nigeria as to the impact of climate change on our, not just even our ability to, on our economy as of present, but our survivability and our sustainability as an organization. We can't rely on work that's been done. And in fact, there is skepticism about work that may have been done in the West as it affects Nigeria, as it affects Africa. So we need to develop, and whether it's through sponsoring chairs and research, we need to develop our own research that is contextual to us and where we are. And then we need to drive that culture of change all the way through so that what we do is effective. Remember, Demola, when we brought out Ogas and the challenges we had as Oando in getting Oando gas adopted as a cleaner cooking fuel. Now we have the Nigeria's Just Energy Transition Plan having as one of the key anchors cleaner cooking. And we have a lot of learnings from our foray into this area, what the challenges were. You talk about duty, we need zero duty, literally need zero duty on some of these technologies that we're going to either adopt or bring in. We need tax or pioneer status, certainly, on a lot of the technologies that we're going to develop. We need proof of concept funding, for instance, on some of the technologies that we're going to try out, because it is a process of trying these things out. But we need to grow. There is no doubt that we need to industrialize. And so for the private sector, we're looking at risks and we're also looking at opportunities. And we know very well what the risks are to doing nothing. So we cannot be in denial. And there are opportunities. I mean, what's really interesting, I came across some research on CDM that had been done by the World Bank. It was actually more than research. And what they had, this was specific to Nigeria, and they had stated that there were over 750 clean development mechanism projects, opportunities in Nigeria alone. They had identified over 750 CDMs. And that if all of these were implemented, we would be able to have 100 million tons of carbon emission reduction on an annual basis. Now, some of the CDMs that we have in place currently are Kwale, when it comes to recovery of associated gas, the AFAM project, we have the Ovade or Harife, the gas capture and processing plant. But there's so many other different opportunities that we haven't explored. So there's so much for the private sector to do when it comes to opportunities, and to be able to position as CDM projects. But again, like Dr. Dahiru said, these are still early days. But the fact that it's early days means that there's an opportunity to get it right and to curate what it is that we want to see, that we want to curate our own path that ensures that we transit much quicker than what it is we have set up, because we identify the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, the FIRS, customs, we identify those things that we must have from all those key stakeholders that enables us as a private sector to help with this transition process and just save our communities. I hope that kind of answers.
Absolutely, absolutely, Ayosola. And it appears that we've spent a lot of time, but it's been meaningful conversations. So Pastor Bankole, I'm coming to you now. You are at an interesting point at the state level. You formulate policy and you also implement. So you see both sides of it, right? What are your biggest challenges? I mean, we can, use an academic approach to analyzing all that is going on, but you are on ground, you have boots on the ground, you come up with policies and implementation frameworks for, rolling back carbon emissions in Lagos State, and then you implement as well, right? You work through agencies that support your drive. But what are the major challenges that you have seen in your work so far?
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you to Prof for that wonderful presentation. Yeah, as you rightly pointed out, we do policies. We try to look at climate change and what are the things that we should do, whether adaptation or whether mitigation. But like everybody has rightly said here, one of the greatest challenge that we face is data. Because when you don't have enough data, you don't, you will depend on speculative assumptions to arrive at our destination. And another problem that we find is that for my department, we don't implement. We depend on other ministry to implement whatever we come out with. and we try to evaluate and see whether we are still on track. But by and large, there's been a gap between the public sector and the private sector and the academias. We are not on the same path. And I think it's high time we begin to talk on the same path and begin to toe the line. There is this mistrust between the public sector, the private sector, and we need to bridge this gap. And we need to work more. We need to be involved with what the private sector is doing. The private sector needs to be part of our own implementation stage, a part of our formulation, sharing of ideas. And then we'll see that it will be easy for the private sector to be able to implement some of the policies or some of the programs they want to do. If we know the program that a company wants to do at the initial, we'll be able to find a way of streamlining it in our own program to see that that program or that project receive the necessary government backing. So we need to break the mistrust. We need to play our card on the table. The three major group needs to come together: the public, the private, and the academia. We don't need this disconnect as we go on in our lives. Like Prof has rightly said, and Dr. Dairu has said, we can no more continue to play lip service to climate change issues. Climate change issues are here, and they are here to stay. But if we can combine our efforts, then we can largely see that some things are done in the climate change space.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pastor Banky. I'm expected to wrap this up now, but I want to take a final thought from Professor Fagbon. And it's I just want you to literally wrap up the session, but looking at the subject of gas being the transition fuel, and how as a country, in 2021, we flared 6.6 billion cubic meters of gas in Nigeria. And in the first half of this year alone, we have flared gas worth nearly 900 billion naira. One, there's the impact of flaring gas on the environment. We keep talking about it. Two, we keep talking about gas monetization. And then there's the project, the pipeline that's going to Morocco into Europe that I believe is 25 years or 30 years late. How quickly can we ramp down on gas flaring in Nigeria, one, for monetization purposes, and then two, for environmental concerns?
Thank you very much. I think the springboard of my response will flow from what Pastor Bankole said. And it will be, how do we bring everybody to the table? You notice that when I started earlier, I was thanking Dr. Dahiru profusely that he did not send somebody to this event. This event is critical. He participated directly because he understands the importance. He knows the importance of what Oando has done, putting this platform here. He knows the importance of the next level of this conversation. And that next level is what Jagun and Bankole, they identified in terms of, let us bring everybody together. In the case of gas utilization, there are issues that the industry have. While they are not running as fast as possibly global issues the government wants, there's a need to sit down with them. You made a point earlier in terms of your collaboration with the Lagos state government. Customs is not aware of it. FRS is not aware of it. What incentive are they going to give that will work? At the end of the day, it has to be a win-win that will achieve the goals of what we want. It is when we sit together to look at the issues, that is when we'll be able to identify that, okay, this is what the industry needs. These are the goals of government. This is the middle line. These are the innovative strategies that can be brought on board to achieve these goals. And this is the kind of roadmap that we need to give ourselves moving forward. That way, when we are not working in silos, we will be able to achieve our goals. And that is why the way this event has gone today, the kind of moderation that you are giving, it is just amazing. It is a good one for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Well, I see Dr. Dahiru's hand up, so I will take that before I yield to Nonso to then take questions from the audience. So, Dr. Dahiru, please speak.
Yeah, let me just make it quick. Prof has been on point. I quite agree with the point that he has made, and that is what we intend to do. But I just want to add that I think government, the government of Nigeria, in conjunction with other governments in Africa, have made gas as a transition fuel, and they have hinged it on the fact that for us in Nigeria, gas is a matter of survival. We can't be flaring. What do we do with it in the interim? And we can use it to power, to close the electricity gap, and to also provide alternatives for cooking, as pointed out by my dear sister, particularly household cooking, of which in Nigeria, 80% of a population, 160 million, depending on fuel, wood-based energy as the main energy source for cooking. This cannot continue. And that is why the energy transition plan has put the timelines between now and 2035 for that transition with gas. Beyond that, then the necessary mix will continue to be in place. And I think there's going to be a lot of discussions on this, and I'm sure Oando, as always, will be leading the process. Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Demola.
Thank you, Dr. Dahiru. Thank you very much for your time, your participation, your thought leadership. Professor Fagbon, thank you. Ayosola Jagun, Bankole, thank you very much for your participation. And Nonso, over to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Demola, and thank you, members of this panel, for this very helpful engagement and conversations. We have one question from Mabel Molola, and she asked, okay, she says, wonderful presentation so far. My questions are both to Prof and Madam Jagu. Are there active subsidies or other support schemes for renewables in Nigeria? And secondly, do you think targets are a great way to drive renewables penetration towards energy transition? Maybe I'll ask from Aberdeen. I guess, Demola, maybe you want to coordinate the responses here as well.
Well, since she didn't direct it to anyone in particular, I would say the keynote speaker, Professor Fagbon, should address it.
Demola, I've put an answer in the chat for her, but Professor.
Oh, okay. So good. So she has multiple answers.
No, I think it would be a good idea for Jagu to just throw open so that I don't have to repeat whatever if she has covered the ground.
Okay, good. Ayatollah.
Let me just unmute. Yeah, so I've referred her to, there are a number of funds out there from a global perspective. You see, and this is where funding comes in. And I know we didn't have time to speak closely to that in terms of addressing the opportunities for funding globally. So there is a $200 million Africa Renewable Energy Fund. There is also the Clean Technology Fund, which is an $8.5 billion US fund. And of course, there's the $95 million fund, which is managed by the AFDB, which is a Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. Now, apart from that, I must refer to the Nigeria's Just Transition Energy Plan. And the fact is that even for that, I think it's a $1.9 billion requirement to be able to implement that plan. And of course, there is funding that is accessible only to the government or will flow into the country through the government, and then of course, based on how that plan is further broken down and what the criteria and requirements are for accessing that funding, various parts will be allocated to different sectors, including renewables. So that was my response to her.
Thank you, Ayatollah.
I think that is very helpful. That has actually covered that ground. So I'll just talk about the other one in relation to targets. The reason why we use targets is because it helps you to benchmark what you are doing so that you know whether you're actually making progress. And that is why the global trend and the approach of the Paris Agreement is that we utilize targets. So we cannot run away from that. Then there was something that the moderator mentioned earlier in terms of why is it that there's a focus on Nigeria, on Africa. I will say that at the beginning, there was something about this common differentiated responsibility approach that was taken. But somewhere along the line, nations like China were those who crumbled that, because Nigeria is a developing nation, Togo is a developing nation, China is a developing nation.
Correct.
So you see a disparity when you look at the way that responsibility thing is structured, which was why Paris Agreement now came as a leveler, that everybody must have some measure of commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Nonso?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Demola. I see Dr. Still. I don't know if it's the old hand, Doctor, or you want to make a contribution to this question?
No, that's okay. That's okay. Sorry, it's an old hand. So just disregard it. I was carried away by the wealth, of the discussion and the in-depth, and I couldn't go back to withdraw my hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. There is yet another question here from Kola Kirele, and he asked, we have spoken a lot about what we need to do and where we need to be as far as response to climate change goes, and how we need to heavily leverage on technology to get to where we need to be. How do we address the issue of adoption of whatever solutions we as a nation do come up with in our quest for a green/clean transition? Case in point, Innocent IVM Motors. IVM has been around for a while, but there remains the issue of confidence in local products and issues surrounding local adoption. Yeah, so this question is to, I guess, to the entire panel.
Well, my quick response to that will be that if we want to make progress as a nation, we must begin to look inwards at our own things, at our own situations. For as long as we are exotic in our tastes and we don't patronize our things, we cannot improve. We cannot make the difference because our local companies will continue to die. So it is important that, just as Jagun noted earlier, it is important we are innovative within our own system and we embrace our own local things. So that comment that the person made is very spot on. We cannot run away from looking inwards and focusing on our locals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There is also another question that just came on, and from Jeshuye Tudo. I want to ask if there is any platform to include youths to contribute to the implementation of sustainable cities through sensitization and education of residents in core communities and society by the Oando company. Demola, I'm guessing this question should be yours because you mentioned the collaboration between Oando and Lagos State government in driving clean transport system.
Oando is an equal opportunity organization. Gender, age, race, ethnicity, and if there are, of course, vacant roles for anyone to play, it's also a competitive process here, as you know yourself also. So yes, there are simply opportunities for all where necessary.
I would just like to add to that. Beyond that, we do have the Oando Foundation, and there's a lot we do when it comes to education at primary state level, at primary education level with public schools. And the strategy of the foundation, it has recently been obviously integrated with that, or I should say reviewed in line with that of the organization as a whole. In terms of our ESG strategy, and we recognize the need to, from real primary school level, begin to educate our young people, educate students about climate change, about not just climate change, about ESG as a whole, which is environment, social, and governance, and get them to understand the responsibility that we have as citizens to helping Nigeria advance this whole climate change agenda, but also the ESG agenda as a whole. So you watch out, it's work in progress. We are looking at, Ademola, maybe you can speak to that, various initiatives and competitions and, just various platforms in which to sensitize and also go all the way down the value chain in helping young people to recognize the need to, for instance, take care of plastic waste and so many other things in terms of building sustainable cities. Thank you.
Just follow us on social media platforms. You will see all that we're doing as we roll them out. And yes, you're welcome to be a part of it. You can write to us directly. If there's an initiative that you want to work with us on, let us know. If we consider it viable, yes, we will work with you, absolutely. Yeah, thanks, Ayatollah.
Okay, Jeshu, I guess you have the response you need, and I believe it's a good time to wrap up this this engagement. Thank you very much, our amiable, very helpful panelists. I guess at this time I'll use the floor to Tomi to do the honors of the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nanso. Thank you, everyone. This has been a very, very, it's very, very time well spent. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm sure all our attendees have found it to be useful. Thank you, all the attendees. Those of you who have stayed, I think it's about 4 hours now, but you stayed with us. We're very grateful. Thank you to the key still here, but thank you so much to Speaker Ni, Professor Fagbon. Your presentations were excellent. To this panelists, you did very well. Mr. Akinrele, thank you for moderating the first session so well. Chief Sam, he's our in-house community relations person, and he has first-hand knowledge on all the issues with host communities. Thank you very much. Mr. Ohai, your insights on the security issues facing us, very, very helpful, very useful. Tolu, I really, really enjoyed your comments and, about, finding other sources of funding for the oil and gas sector. I think they were very useful. Thank you very much. Dr. Dahiru, thank you so much. As Professor Fagbon said, your presence here shows how committed you are to this climate change. And as you said, climate change is here. It's no longer something we can sweep under the carpet or think it's happening elsewhere. It's here. And we thank you for your contributions. Ms. Jagun, thank you so much. Thank you for your thoughts on the driving cultural change to make sure that we have a better climate. Thank you so much. Mr. Bankole, thank you very much for bringing the Lagos State perspective. Thank you to everyone that has been involved in this. My colleagues, Jumoke, Yomi, Goodness, Kola, Ebizi, so thank you so much. Our IT team as well, and corporate communications, thank you. Our aim is to do this every year. We've tried to do, I think it was just the COVID year that we weren't able to hold the session. Well, our aim is to do this every year and to bring you topics that we can, that are very pertinent and also find solutions to issues that we face in this space. So thank you very much, everyone. I wish you a pleasant day and see you next year by God's grace. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Thank you to the legal team. Well done.
Well done, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Have a pleasant day.
Great.
Thank you so much. The best.
Good stuff.